protest at designated spots, saying that this violates the rights of pedestrians on the main road. And police have now detained around 900 of them, including many of their supporters, moved them to community halls in the city. And the government justifies that the privatization move is only to ensure more efficiency and also to tackle the problem of shortage of manpower. And this eviction or detention has been criticized by political parties, particularly the left parties, allies of the ruling DMK, saying that number one, the government should have waited. Right. Number two, the court, they are critical that the court should have waited till it disposed the other key petition on the jobs and the move to private. Right. And it's in this context that the eviction is being done. This also, interestingly, comes the day before the Independence Day. Government trying to make sure there's no untoward incident of any kind when the Independence Day celebrations would be underway at the headquarters of Chennai Corporation tomorrow.
Right. Thank you for putting all the breaking developments into perspective there. Sam, very important points you in fact raised there. 900 GCC workers, around 900 workers picked up, and the logjam only intensifying. Remember, they've been protesting ever since the 1st of August. Moving on, we shift our focus to New Delhi, where Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will visit India next week, in fact, on August 18th. He's coming here to hold talks with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. The visit will take place shortly before PM Narendra Modi visits China. For perspective, it will be the PM's first trip since clashes 5 years ago, which led to heightened military tensions across the border for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit meet. Now, also, Mr. Yi's visit to India will take place against the backdrop of US President Donald Trump hitting both Beijing and Delhi with massive tariffs. Now, Trump has slapped a 50% tariff, in fact, on India. This includes a 25% penalty for the purchase of Russian oil and weaponry. Donald Trump will meet Vladimir Putin in Anchorage, Alaska on the 15th of August. Now, Anchorage is a midway location between Washington and Moscow. It offers a neutral ground for what could be sensitive discussions. US President Trump said Wednesday that there will be very severe consequences if Russian President Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop Ukraine war after Friday's summit. European leaders, meanwhile, held a phone call with Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, discussing a series of issues before Trump meets the Russian president. And with that, it's time we step into a very short break. News continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
एक डॉग ने उसका पैर पकड़ के उसको गिराया. There is a stray dog bite, stray dog attack. Who is responsible?
Relentless NDTV campaign.
The fact is that every single day there are common citizens, those who are suffering at the hands of the stray dogs.
What are the key concerns from a national policy point of view on this issue?
NDTV flags India's dog dilemma.
We are asking here on NDTV as part of our campaign.
Policymakers back safety campaign.
I welcome this.
We have no policy.
Time for stray menace solution. A massive NDTV impact.
तो NDTV को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, आपने जनता से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा उठाया है.
NDTV campaign spurs Supreme Court action.
All stray dogs in the region must be relocated to shelters.
Supreme Court orders end to stray menace.
हमारा एक ही ध्येय है, दिल्ली की जनता को राहत देना.
NDTV's solution-oriented campaign.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The wait is finally over. Rajinikanth's 171st blockbuster Coolie arrives, marks 50 glorious years of Thalaiva superstar Rajini.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir, how are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy. And then by the end of the night, I could see the boisterous self, and I could see the Krish Kapoor who could stand on top and say, don't forget this name, it's Krish Kapoor. So I think I was looking for that a bit. I needed a spark of that.
एक जरा इंतजार सुन सदाएं दे रही है मंजिल प्यार की जय जवान जय हिंद
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the
Thanks for staying with NDTV. This is World 24/7. I'm Arjun Samad Mahindran, and here's what the world is waking up to this Thursday. One day to go for crucial Trump-Putin-Alaska summit. Trump warns of severe consequences if Putin continues Ukraine war. The Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to visit India next week to meet NSA Ajit Doval ahead of PM's SCO China visit. Global rating agency bets big on brand India. S&P says US tariffs will not impact Bharat's growth. Another Indian brutally attacked in Ireland. Indian man vows to leave country after violent attack by teenagers. Fires continue to ravage Spain amid Europe heat wave. Records broken as extreme heat grips parts of Europe. Another high for Bitcoin. Cryptocurrency prices reach all-time high of 124,000 American dollars. And White House moves to replace lottery with wait system. US H-1B visa set for a major shakeup. Our prime focus this Thursday on World 24/7 viewers. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will visit India next week on the 18th of August, to be precise, to hold talks with NSA Ajit Doval. Now, the visit will take place shortly before PM Narendra Modi visits China. His first trip since clashes 5 years ago, which led to heightened military tensions on the border for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit meet. Now, Yi's visit to India will also take place against the backdrop of US President Trump hitting both Beijing and Delhi with massive tariffs. Now, Trump has slapped a 50% tariff on India. This includes a 25% penalty for the purchase of Russian weapons and oil. My colleague Vishal Vivek joins us to break the story down. Vishal, how important will this visit be, considering this comes just ahead of Prime Minister going to China for the first time in 5 years, as we just informed our viewers, for the SCO Leaders Summit?
Well, this visit signifies that the ties between Beijing and New Delhi have been improving over the past few months, especially since October 2024. Since then, there had been a lot of parleys between both the parties. Leaders from both India and China have met each other on respective soils. The Defense Minister of India, Rajinakanth Singh, had visited India about 40 days ago. That meeting did not turn out to be as fruitful as it was expected to be, but nonetheless, there had been several top-level meetings between both the sides, and this comes after 5 years of those Galwan clashes, in which about 20 Indian soldiers died, and a similar number of people died on the Chinese side also. So this shows that the ties have been improving, as I mentioned, but it remains to be seen how far this will go, because both India and China seem to be under pressure of tariffs. Both the countries seem to be tackling this quite well, but they are under pressure nonetheless.
A very important point you raised there, Vishal. Ties actually have been improving. We saw the Mansarovar Yatra being resumed after 5 years. We also saw the resumption of direct flights, which will happen very soon from now. And of course, thank you so much for putting the developments, in fact, into perspective for all our viewers. And now we shift our focus all the way to Washington, where there are big changes, maybe very well, coming to the H-1B visa system, viewers. Now, the White House has just approved a major overhaul. And if you're a student or a recent graduate, this could seriously affect your future. We break down how exactly. On your walls right now, we have this graphic for you. Now, going forward, there'll be a new rule to prioritize application based on earnings. Now, applications might now be ranked by how much they are paid, not just their qualification. Now, this puts low-paid graduates and entry-level workers at a clear disadvantage. On to the second point, the traditional random lottery could very well be replaced by a wage-based system. Now, this means luck is out and salary decides who eventually gets in. Now, jobs with higher salaries, next up, would jump the line for H-1B approval. Now, that favors experienced professionals, not fresh college graduates. The government would, going forward, also likely split visa spots into 4 wage levels. You have it right there. Now, those in the lower tiers, often students, may never make the cut after these changes come into effect. Moving on. Now, part of the Trump's Buy America, Hire American policy. Now, the shift traces back to Trump's push to prioritize U.S. workers over foreign talent. The impact is still being felt years later. Now, international students earning lower salaries may very well fall behind with this new system. Now, even with top degrees, they risk missing out. Now, viewers, with salaries now very possibly deciding visa chances, the American dream just got harder for a lot of global graduates. And we now shift our focus northwards to Canada, where the country is all set to add 3 new occupational categories to expand its express entry immigration system in 2026. Now, the new occupational categories would be senior managers, scientists and researchers, and even military personnel. For perspective, now the addition comes amid an announcement by Immigration, Refugees and the Citizenship Board of Canada, or the IRCC as it's called, to streamline permanent residence applications for foreign nationals in these fields. Now, this is according to a report by Canadian news agencies. Meanwhile, the US tariffs are unlikely to have an impact on India's growth story. Now, this comes as the country is not a very trade-oriented economy to begin with. This is according to the Sovereign and International Public Finance Ratings team at global ratings agency S&P. Now, given the exposure of Indian exports to the US as a percentage of the GDP and the exemptions to products such as pharmaceuticals, consumer electronics, effective shortly. Well, all eyes are on the big Alaska summit, which is slated to take place in Alaska's Anchorage between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin tomorrow. NDTV's Maha Siddiqui is all ready. She's already reached the venue, and we'll have her up for you right in a moment's time. But first, we get you some reactions that are just coming in.
Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Звісно, ми обговорили сьогодні ситуацію на полі бою. Я сказав президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки і всім нашим європейським колегам, Путін блефує. Він старається натиснути перед зустрічю на Алясці. На всіх напрямках українського фронту. Росія намагається зобразити, що спроможна окупувати всю Україну. Безумовно, це їх бажання. Також Путін блефує, начебто санкції для нього не важливі і що вони не працюють. Насправді санкції дуже допомагають і б'ють по російській воєнній економіці.
Мы рассматриваем выпрашиваемые европейцами консультации как политические и практически ничтожное действие. Европейцы на словах поддерживают дипломатические усилия Вашингтона и Москвы по регулированию кризиса вокруг Украины. Фактически же Евросоюз их саботирует.
L'échange avec le président Trump a permis d'éclairer ses intentions pour la réunion du 15 août prochain et nous a permis d'exprimer très clairement nos attentes et je tiens ici à l'en remercier. Et je crois pouvoir dire que plusieurs messages sont ressortis de l'échange que nous venons d'avoir et qui sont à mes yeux très importants. Le premier, c'est que le président Trump a été très clair sur le fait que la volonté américaine était d'obtenir un cessez-le-feu à l'occasion de cette réunion en Alaska. Et c'est très important qu'à l'occasion en effet de cette réunion, il puisse y avoir un cessez-le-feu qui soit obtenu par les États-Unis d'Amérique, et nous soutenons cette initiative, en même temps que de nouveaux échanges de prisonniers et des libérations d'enfants.
My colleague Maha Siddiqui now joins us straight from Anchorage. There you are, Maha. I hope you had a safe journey. What's the anticipation around this entire meet? We heard another statement, another blistering statement coming in from Donald Trump, effectively warning Putin to end the war tomorrow. What's the anticipation? What's the build-up? And more importantly, have you been able to decipher where exactly is this meeting taking place in Anchorage?
So let me start with your second part of your question. The meeting is going to take place at the joint base, Elmendorf, Richardson. This is a U.S. military base that has personnel from the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and Guardsmen as well. About 22,000 personnel and their families there. And that is the secure space in which both the leaders are going to meet. In fact, the residents here in Alaska, in Anchorage, have, a lot of opinion about the fact that the meeting is taking place in a military base, because some of them are concerned that are these optics correct, that a rival, that is the Russian president, is coming here to a U.S. territory, and he's being allowed access or being hosted in a U.S. military base. Now, I am standing outside a Russian Orthodox church. There you can see it behind me. The architecture itself speaks for it. This is one of the few Russian Orthodox church, a reminder of the shared history between Russia and the United States in Alaska. Remember, Alaska was sold by Russia to the United States in 1867 and then became part of the United States in 1959 as a proper state in itself within the United States. So there is a history, there is a background, and if you actually geographically also look at the U.S. and Russia, how they are positioned on the globe in the world, then this Alaska marks a geographical neighborhood for them. Because both the countries are separated only by the Bering Strait. If you look at Alaska and from Alaska towards the west, you will see Russia. So clearly this place, Alaska, has a lot of geographical as well as historical significance for both Russia, of course, for the United States. At the moment, Arjun, there aren't very many people around. The service is on over here. Let me quickly bring in one of the people that I have over here. I'm wondering if you can still hear me, or is my video frozen, Arjun?
If it seems a bit jarry there, but there's a great factoid regarding this Russian Orthodox Church you're standing in front of.
Yes.
Maha, US is one of the only countries that has in fact not sanctioned Patriarch Kirill. Now, he's the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. He's been sanctioned by Ukraine, by European countries. The US is the only country which has not sanctioned him from the West. We have your feed again. You were taking us through and having a discussion with some locals. Please go ahead, Maha.
Yes, there's one person around here. Let me quickly speak to him about his opinion and what he believes this meeting can yield finally. Daniel May, thanks for speaking with us. Hi. The question that I really want to ask you at this stage is about Alaska being the place for the meeting, for a very important meeting, Daniel. What do you have? What is your opinion about it?
Well, for me, I've lived here for 23 years. And I think it's a little overwhelming in many ways, because for one, our military bases here are highly protected and highly secured. And I feel like there might be a security breach. You know, I'm not 100% sure, but I hope there's, having Russia come to our bases here, they're probably going to be looking for information. I'm not 100% sure. But I also feel as if it's probably the best bet due to the fact that Anchorage is small and very overwhelming. It would be a little bit too much for the city and also maybe cause chaos for them as well as world leaders. I don't think they would be at danger because they're highly secured, but at the same time, I think it's a little overwhelming for Anchorage and Alaska in a whole. You know,
as a person from Alaska, were you surprised that this was chosen as a venue, or do you think that the kind of shared history Russia and the US have, also the fact that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a ruling from the International Criminal Court, and he's protected on US territory to a large extent, and that's why European countries couldn't be chosen as a venue. Looking at all that, what are your views? I understand that you have concerns with regards to the joint military base being used for the meeting, but as you said, perhaps there was no other venue which would have been so secure for a high-profile, high-stakes meeting.
Well, you know, I think with how close we are to Russia, I think at one point we're like 412 miles from Russia, not here in Anchorage, but in other parts of Alaska. So I think it probably worked best for them to meet here. And, you know, as long as they can get something resolved peacefully would be great. Because that's another concern that I have and other citizens have as well too. You know, what if things get rough and go south, which we definitely hope not. But it's a small community here, okay. And just don't want anything to disrupt our peace.
Got it. Right. Daniel, thanks for joining us with your views. Very articulate there, and you're expressing sentiments that a lot of people here have. Thank you very much for speaking with NDTV. So there you have it, the concerns expressed by the people here, but they're also hopeful, Arjun, that this can be a place where which can bring an end to the Ukraine war.
A very important point also raised there. Overwhelming seems to be the word of the week before this meet. That was my colleague Maha Siddiqui. The first, getting you straight ground reports from Anchorage, the first on Indian television. And with that, it's time we slip into a short break. Don't you go anywhere.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
You know, first, when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adi sir saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did. And I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, absolutely. For the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any.
Welcome back. You're watching World 24/7. We shift our focus to India, where the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board has said it held a bilateral technical meeting with the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission to strengthen cooperation on nuclear safety and regulations as India looks to expand its nuclear power capacity. An Indian delegation also, in fact, participated in the meeting held from the 6th to the 8th of August at the NRC headquarters in Maryland's Rockville. And the AREB, it said in a statement dated the 12th of August. Across the northern border, Air Canada will begin a gradual suspension of flights to allow an orderly shutdown of the country's largest airline as it faces a potential work stoppage by its flight attendants on Saturday. Now, the airline said the first flight will be cancelled Thursday, with more on Friday, and a complete cessation of flying by Air Canada and Air Canada Rouge by the weekend. The union, representing around 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants, issued a 72-hour strike notice Wednesday. Now, in response, the airline issued a lockout notice. Shifting our focus to Western Europe, where Greece is facing its hottest days yet of this year's wildfire season. A senior firefighting official has said after dozens of new blazes erupted in a single day. Mind you, in a single day, and extreme weather hampers extinguishing efforts. Now, strong winds, prolonged dryness, and intense heat waves have worsened conditions across much of the mainland on the island, forcing evacuations and dramatic rescue operations in recent days, as you see on your screens right there. Meanwhile, clashes erupted between Serbian anti-government protesters and supporters for a second day Wednesday in a major escalation after more than 9 months of persistent demonstrations against autocratic President Aleksandar Vučić. The president's supporters repeatedly hurled flares at protesters in the northern city of Novi Sad near offices of Vučić's ruling Serbian Progressive Party. Protesters then went on to smash office windows as riot police were deployed outside to guard the building. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of World 24/7. News continues on the other side with my colleague Divya. Stay tuned.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Jai Jawan.
जो मैंने शुरू किया था ये एक्चुअली। मैं दोबारा आया हूँ आप लोग से मिलने के लिए। मुझे बड़ी खुशी है आप देख रहे हैं YouTube पे मेरी फिल्म। वाह क्या बात है, क्या बात है। देखिए जय जवान मेरे साथ 15 अगस्त को सिर्फ NDTV पर। जय जवान, जय जवान, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy. Yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy, and then then by the end of the night, I could see the boisterous self, and I could see the Krish Kapoor who could stand on top and say, "Don't forget this name, it's Krish Kapoor." So I think I was looking for that a bit. I needed a spark of that.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. This is the Breakfast Show. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty and her businessman husband Rajinikanth have been charged with defrauding a businessman based in Mumbai of 60 crore rupees. We'll get you the details. First, let's get you the headlines. The wait is finally over. Rajinikanth's 171st blockbuster Coolie has arrived, marking 50 glorious years of the superstar. Advance bookings are running to the tune of 100 crore rupees. On the directions of the Chief Justice of India, 3-judge bench will be taking up the stray dog case today. That's coming up, to remember, after that Supreme Court directive of removing street dogs in the Delhi NCR region. Now a relook at that very decision. And a crucial Supreme Court verdict expected today, as well as far as actor Darshan is concerned. Do remember that this is his bail plea that is coming up, and earlier it was, of course, his bail plea that was rejected, and now his bail plea coming up yet again. Shilpa Shetty and Rajinikanth are charged with cheating a businessman of 60 crore rupees, which was given for business expansion, spent on personal expenses instead. And monsoon fury continues, and this time around it is in Kinnaur, where flash floods have been reported. Rescue operations are underway. And global rating agency bets on India Inc. S&P says that US tariffs will not impact India's growth story. And is Donald Trump warning Russia that Russia will face very severe consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to end the war in Ukraine, which is in the meeting that's coming up tomorrow in Alaska. And a fresh feud has erupted between two AI titans. We're talking about Elon Musk and Sam Altman. Well, from Apple's App Store conspiracy claims to accusation of algorithm manipulation, the battle is playing out in public. Well, the wait is over and Rajinikanth is back. It's been 50 years since his first film. Do remember, his first film came out in 1975, and now in 2025, this release of his latest film is the 171st movie of the superstar. Now, Coolie has hit theatres early this morning, and the fever is already off the charts. The release of the movie coincides with his Golden Jubilee in cinema, a career that has spanned over 50 years and over 170 films till date. And today is the 171st film that has released early this morning. From a rugged villain to an actor whose expressive eyes have cast a spell on the audience 50 years on. And to get to know about more of the fever that's taken over, we have Veera, my colleague, joining us. We'll also have Sam Daniel joining us. But Veera, over to you first. Let's talk about the advance bookings. And we're talking about advance bookings to the tune of 100 crores. This movie is already a super hit.
Yes, it's absolutely a super hit already, even before the film released. So we have with us the fans. They're all waiting to go inside, but they're here only for NDTV. Yes. How are you enjoying Rajinikanth inside there?
It's an amazing movie. Amazing movie.
Taleva has played his age so gracefully. He just killed it. First half. I'm eagerly waiting to go inside and watch.
Yes.
All the best, yeah.
So, yes. First-hand experience of Rajini Karishma.
See, that's what fans are saying. They have been here since 5 in the morning celebrating the Thalaiva. They right now have watched half of the film, and here we are at the interval. They are all wanting to go inside. Please, ma'am, go inside and watch the film.
But if you don't miss the movie, please.
One mic. Thalaiva, we love you!
Okay, so you can see like 50 years. This is extremely special for the fans.
Superstar! Indian superstar!
Okay. So it's just not about a Rajinikanth film releasing this time. It's also 50 years of Rajinikanth, and people have come together. Like let's say the Independence Day weekend had started early thanks to the Thalaiva, and everybody, it's like a festival for them, and everybody is enjoying. Kaisa lag raha hai aapko film?
It's really interesting. For the last 50 years, it's the 50th year that Thalaiva has entered in this industry, and special thanks to the Maharashtra State Rajinikanth Fan Club, who have been regularly organizing these shows, and they ensure that it is done to the core, and we enjoy to the core. Thanks to the team, and thanks to NDTV who are especially covering this show. Thank you very much.
Yes, sure. You want to say something? Oh, there you go.
Rajini, you rock! Yes, yes, yes! 1,000 crores coming!
So yes, you can see it's more like a celebration.
Only superstar you Rajinikanth. You know next star you. Okay. Only star.
Only star. Okay, star. Rajinikanth. That's what they are correcting me. But here we are. You can see the celebration and the energy is something else. I've been covering this for years now. But this year, like I said, it's extremely special. All records broken, and we are just going to wait for the numbers to come in now.
Right, Abira, stay with us. Let's just go across to Sam. Sam, we went to Abira first in order to, get to know the, Rajinikanth fever that's not just limited to South India, but panning across the nation. And, take us through the advance bookings, take us through, the review of the film. What are the people who are walking out, the people who've gathered since late last night, since early this morning, to get that first show, the first show of the film?
Divya, we come to you from the Rohini Silver Screens in Chennai. In Tamil Nadu, the first show begins at 9 o'clock, though fans have been waiting here from 7 in the morning. And around 1,000 screens show this film across Tamil Nadu. It's a power-packed film with a great lineup of pan-India stars. It's also special for Rajini's Golden Jubilee in cinema. With me, a few fans from Chennai. How special is Rajinikanth's first day, first show for you?
அதாவது எங்களுக்கு வந்து எப்பொழுதுமே வந்து சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் படம்னாவே வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஸ்பெஷல் தான். ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஷோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு காட்சி நாங்கள் பார்க்குறது. இன்றைக்கி கூலி வந்து இன்றைக்கி சூப்பர் ஸ்டாரோடைய 50வது ஆண்டு விழாவில் ஆகஸ்ட் 14 வெற்றி.
Says Rajinikanth's film is always a special thing for them, and now it's special because it's its 50th year. You have come from Singapore just for this.
Yeah, I'm all the way from Singapore. Yesterday night only I reached, and to witness the Thalaiva 50th celebration at the Rohini. So it's a kind of a grand celebration over here. It's unbelievable. And it's truly a Thalaiva cocktail for the whatever he does for all the while.
Among you both, who is the biggest fan?
Definitely him. Yeah, I'm a minor support. I just follow him only.
Has he forced you to come in here?
No. It's my wish also.
What are you looking forward to?
An excitement and a very good movie lah. Yeah.
It's 50th year. Is it extra special?
Yeah, definitely it will be. And definitely it will be a milestone in Thalaiva career.
Right. Big lineup of stars from Amir Khan to Shruti Haasan to Satyaraj.
Yes, there are huge star cast, but still we are here for the one and only superstar, and we know even at this age of 75, I don't know, we could be able to walk at the age of 75, but still he could dance, he could fight, and he could give tough competition to all the actors throughout the Indian fraternity. I don't know, even a Hollywood star who can act at the age of 75, but still he's delivering at the best. And you could see the ticket craze, the pressure for the tickets. all over the world.
Tell me about the pressure. How much did you pay for the ticket?
I don't want to reveal that, but
you can say.
Yeah, but still, I haven't got a proper sleep for the past 5 days. I've been checking through Book My Show, Ticket New, all the apps, PVR, Inox, whatever apps.
Being sold at a much higher price?
No, in the apps it has been the nominal rate. So
outside?
Yes, outside. Yeah, pretty much high, but it's okay. It's for Talaivar, and we are okay to.
Tell me about the music by Anirudh.
Yeah, Ani gives best music to all the actors. For Talaivar, he jumps 10 steps ahead and he gives the best lot of music to Talaivar.
Lokesh Kanagaraj's first film with Rajinikanth. Is it going to be a Rajini film or a Lokesh Kanagaraj film?
It will be a Lokesh version of Rajinified film. So truly we are very excited to watch how Loki is going to present Talaivar, and we are excited. And it's another 1 hour. We are going to see that superstar font. So we are going
Lastly, the estimates say it could be touching unprecedented 150 crore on day one.
I hope so. Yesterday I saw it crossed around 100, 120. 150 is not too far away, but that's not our issue. We are going to enjoy and we are going to celebrate Talaivar.
Thank you very much. We'll speak to another fan here. What does first day, first show of Rajinikanth mean to you?
This is very special for me because I traveled with my son from Germany.
From Germany?
Yes, to watch the movie. So I did it when I was living here, and it's always amazing to be on the first day, first show. After 10 years, I'm coming here with my son to watch the movie. Since it's a summer holiday, we are here, and it's perfectly going to work.
How do you think the film will perform at the box office?
Definitely, it's going to be a super hit film.
Right. Thank you very much. How about you? When did you come here?
Just now, and we are so excited because it's Rajini Day. It's a festival for us. So we are super duper excited for the whole, it's a jackpot for us. And it's music, Talaivar and whatnot.
You think this will perform well pan-India?
Of course, yes, because it's Rajinikanth, it's Talaivar. So we are looking forward to it.
Any message?
We all are excited, that's all. I don't know how.
Tell me about the lead lady, Shruti Haasan.
Shruti Haasan is multi-talented. She is so good in all ways. So we are excited to see each and every character, and Coolie is something we were waiting for past so many months. So
what's that that strikes a chord when it comes to Rajinikanth with people of many generations, from a young child to a senior citizen?
I think he is a 50-year, like his career is like 50 years. So I think each and every, from child to the adult and senior citizen, everyone are equally mad for him. So that's the thing, and especially here, it's a huge festival. Like Diwali, we have a Talaivar day. It's a Coolie day.
Thank you very much. So, Coolie frenzy at this Rohini Silver Screen in Chennai, Divya. First show begins at 9. Already it has crossed 100 crore. We will know the exact figures later today. But industry experts say it could be setting an unprecedented record of touching the 150 crore mark on the first day across the world.
Right, Sam, let's just also go back to Abira. Abira, of course, the film stars Shruti Haasan as well as Nagarjuna. Amir Khan is doing a cameo in this film. But when we talk about, another Bollywood release that is taking place today, clashing with Coolie, is War 2 that stars Hrithik Roshan. Take us through how are the advance bookings panning out for the two films?
We know that the advance booking, Coolie has already taken over. There is no comparison to that. From the very first day since the advance booking opened, Coolie has been making records. Where in War 2, we have Junior NTR there, we have Hrithik Roshan, and Hrithik Roshan, first film he did with Rajinikanth, and here they are fighting it out at the box office. But what experts are saying that this is not the first time that Rajinikanth film has broken a record, but this time it's going to be different. And they are expecting the film to make at least 150 crore on day one. So that's a huge thing, and we will wait and watch what the numbers say. But for now, it has already broken records with its pre-sale numbers crossing 100 crore and earning that much already, and already sold 20 lakh tickets in India.
Right, Veera and Sam, thank you so much. And of course, you will be getting that first glimpse of the film as well with, the viewers coming out and, reviewing the film for you guys. Of course, we will be coming back to know more on this film that seems to be a super hit already, marking 50 years of the superstar. Let's just move on now. It is the Supreme Court today that will be delivering its verdict on Karnataka government's plea to cancel the bail granted to actor Darshan in the Renikuswamy murder case. Do remember, on the 24th of last month, the bench had in fact reserved the order after hearing arguments from both sides. The Supreme Court was hearing a plea filed by the state government against the Karnataka High Court's order, which took place on the 13th of December last year, to grant bail to the actor and the co-accused. Now, this is the High Court granting bail to the actor and others in connection with that alleged murder of his fan Renikuswamy. Renikuswamy was murdered because of the comments that he pasted online and the threats, were directed towards his co-star Parvati, who also is somebody, who he is said to be in a relationship with. In order to get to know more on this, we have Nupur joining us. Nupur, of course, the last time around, the Supreme Court had really slammed that order of the High Court, in fact, and the handling of this particular case, voicing grave concerns, calling the bail order a perverse exercise of judicial discretion.
Well, yes, Divya, not on one occasion, but on past two occasions, while hearing this case by the Karnataka government against the bail granted to actor Darshan and other accused in the case, the Supreme Court had in fact made very critical observations of the approach adopted by the Karnataka High Court in granting bail to them. The Supreme Court also, while reserving its order, had said that it won't repeat the same mistakes as the High Court has done. Today, the bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan are expected to pronounce the verdict at 10:30 today. And it will be important to see that what is there in the verdict, and will it mean a relief for actor Darshan, or will he be asked to go back to jail?
Right. Thank you so much, Nupur, for joining us with the very latest. Let's just switch tracks now, and this is in regard now to the AICC in charge for Andhra Pradesh, Manikam Tagore, who has hit back at former Chief Minister and YSR Congress Party President YSR Jagan Mohan Reddy after he alleged that the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, is in touch with Chandrababu Naidu through hotline. Now, the Congress MP said that the people of Andhra Pradesh know that Chandrababu Naidu, Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, as well as Jagan Mohan Reddy and Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan are together. Tagore also said that Jagan Mohan Reddy, in fact, he's gone on to tell him that Rahul Gandhi has not surrendered to Modi and Amit Shah like him. Listen in.
So why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Andhra, which has got this huge percentage of difference that you just spoke about, or why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Arvind Kejriwal, who lost in Delhi his own seat? Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra, nor does Rahul Gandhi's national spokesperson, Andhra in charge, this person Manikam Tagore, who is here, nor does he speak about Andhra. This man Manikam Tagore speaks negative about me or YSRCP rather than Chandrababu Naidu here. And Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra. Why is that so? It's because Chandrababu Naidu is on a hotline with Rahul Gandhi. It's quite evident.
I saw Mr. Jagan's statement on the vote chori thing. Mr. Jagan must understand that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji, he is not a person who is fighting for Congress alone. We are fighting for India's democracy. He has not surrendered to Mr. Shah. He is not afraid about Mr. Modi like the way Mr. Jagan does. We are fighting the battle against Shah and Modi to protect India's democratic rights. Mr. Jagan must have minimum courtesy to acknowledge and appreciate the work of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
frustrated Jagan Mohan Reddy, out of the fear of losing elections conducted yesterday in Pulivendula and Ontimeta, starts us blabbering all over again. He is trying to create a fake narrative, a futile attempt again by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy talks about, in his press meet today, talks about some hotline, talks about different things that are highly unbecoming of a political leader. Let me assure you, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, we, Telugu Desam Party and NDA government, we have a hotline with the people of Andhra Pradesh. Nobody else, none else.
Right, Ashish, joining us in order to get us more on this. Ashish, of course, Jagan Mohan Reddy there as slamming Rahul Gandhi for being selective as far as his voter chori charge is concerned, and his silence particularly as far as the situation in Andhra Pradesh is concerned.
Yes, Divya, in fact, on Wednesday, former Chief Minister and YSR CP Supremo, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, launched a scathing attack on Chandrababu Naidu, the current Chief Minister and TDP Chief. He also targeted Rahul Gandhi, the Congress MP, leader of opposition, questioning his silence regarding to the voter issue, voter list issue and voter malpractices in Andhra Pradesh. He also questioned that where was Rahul Gandhi when Arvind Kejriwal lost Delhi election. So he, while targeted Rahul Gandhi, questioning his silence over Andhra Pradesh voter malpractices issue, he also targeted Rahul Gandhi for his stance in Delhi. Remember, in Delhi, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party fought separately, and finally Aam Aadmi Party lost. Apart from that, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy also alleged that Chandrababu Naidu is in touch with Congress High Command, including Rahul Gandhi, via Congress Chief Minister, Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy. He alleged that there is a hotline. His comment was that there is a hotline between Chandrababu Naidu, Rahul Gandhi and Revant Reddy. That's what the allegation he made. Reacting on this allegation, Chandrababu Naidu's son and Minister Nara Lokesh hit out at YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. He alleged that there is no vote chori, but no chori done by YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. That's why he was ousted from power. He lost election, and now he doesn't have any other thing to fight on. That's why he is making all the false allegation and accusation on TDP. He also, Nara Lokesh also said that his party is directly connected or has the hotline with people of Andhra Pradesh with no other political party. So clearly there is a political war of war, political fight intensifying in Andhra Pradesh. While YS Jagan Mohan Reddy is targeting the ruling TDP, he is also targeting Congress and Congress leadership.
Right, thank you so much for getting us those details. Well, of course, now let's just get you the situation as far as that order, the Supreme Court order or removing street dogs here from the National Capital Region. Now, this is on the behest of the CGI. This is the Chief Justice of India, remember, had said that he will relook at that judgment that was pronounced by the Supreme Court in regard to removing street dogs from the National Capital Region. Now that case is going to be coming up. The matter has now been referred to a larger bench, which is set to hear the case today. On the directions of the Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, now a 3-judge bench which is going to be led by Justice Vikram Nath. The relocation has been ordered, just days ago, and that had, in fact, had quite a divided response, particularly from animal lovers, animal activists, and people, as far as citizens in the National Capital Region are concerned, very concerned about the population, as far as the population of the street dogs here in Delhi is concerned. The order says that they need to be rounded up and removed from the streets and taken to shelters in the National Capital Region, which need to be away from the city. All this has to be done in a matter of 8 weeks' time, in less than 2 months from now. And that bench has also said that the dogs should be kept at the shelters and not be allowed to escape. Now, there were, very definitive guidelines that were pronounced by the Supreme Court, but that case is now coming up in the Supreme Court all over again. Let's listen into some of the reactions coming in.
Today, we are facing a crisis of conscience. The recent Supreme Court decision is like a door closing on the voiceless and defenseless of our society. I wish the safety and sanctity of life was at the heart of the judgment. I wish a more nuanced and calibrated approach had been taken towards the systemic flaws which are at the root of the so-called dog menace. In silencing those who cannot protect themselves, we risk losing something essential within ourselves. This need of expedience over sympathy has caused tremendous harm. I urge the government to take action against such a drastic step, and I hope and pray the Supreme Court will try and find a fine balance embedded in justice.
My colleague Nupur joining us in order to get us details. Nupur, what time is this case coming up in the Supreme Court? And of course, we're hearing celebrities coming out. We just heard Sharmila Tagore also, talking against this order of the Supreme Court. John Abraham's been very vocal. So have so many others, from Ravina Tandon to animal activists, from, Manika Gandhi to so many more talking against this decision that's been taken by the Supreme Court, calling it very harsh and saying that this is absolutely impractical because to begin with, where are these dogs going to go? There are no shelters. They can't provide those shelters in a matter of 2 months' time. And also, it's going to require a lot of money.
Well, yes, Divya, there were several such objections from corners of society which have not only called this entire order by the Supreme Court bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan impractical but also unscientific. They have also raised questions on who will bear the cost of building up so many shelters and providing for daily food and medicines for the dogs that will be taken to these shelter homes, and who will make sure that these dogs don't face cruelty at the hands of those who are running these shelter homes and those who are employed in these shelter homes. So there were several critical questions. What triggered the Supreme Court to constitute a larger bench is that there is already a 2-judge bench judgment of 2024 by a bench of Justice Sanjay Karol, where they had in fact said that all ABC rules must be implemented, which includes the rule which bars relocation of dogs, which mandates that the dog who has been picked up from a locality after being sterilized should be sent back to the same locality. Now, Justice Pardiwala's recent order has called this rule absurd and has in fact directed relocation of all city dogs, that Delhi NCR dogs, to shelter homes. Now, this was brought to the Chief Justice of India's notice that there are two conflicting orders of the Supreme Court by a similar strength of benches. That is, they both were 2-judge benches. Now, which one will apply in Delhi? So now a 3-judge bench will hear the entire matter, and there are applications that have been filed seeking an interim stay on the order passed by Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan, saying that already local authorities have started picking up dogs from across a Delhi location, and they have started rounding up without even coming up with proper shelter homes. So in today's hearing, which is likely to come up at 10:30, we are expected to hear voices seeking an interim stay on this order.
Right. Thank you so much, Nupur. All eyes on that hearing that's coming up in the Supreme Court. And of course, while there is a division as far as people here in the national capital are concerned, while humans debate safety versus compassion, it's NDTV's Arun Singh deciding to hear from the real stakeholders themselves.
Well, the Supreme Court has ordered that all stray dogs in the national capitals will have to be relocated to shelters within 8 weeks. This has angered a lot of dog lovers, but has also received applause from some residents. But in all of this noise, one voice is missing, and that is theirs. So we'll know what their perspective is. आप हमारे से बात करेंगे? आपकी बाइट लेना चाहते थे? Actually नहीं, वो साउंड बाइट लेना चाहते थे. कुत्ता क्रॉनिकल्स कर रहे हैं, डरिए मत. खास आपके लिए बनाया है शो. नहीं? Yes? Seems like he's interested. Dogesh here says that if you're giving us shelters, at least give us noise-cancelling ones, because they are done with shadis, barats, crackers and DJ wale babus. Well, these stray dogs are also unofficial security guards of our lanes. They say once we are not there, Chor Uncle is going to take over, that too very easily. Well, these ones also said that they were done with their exposure on social media because their pictures were getting users several likes and also many prospects on the dating apps. Hence, they'll have their own life in the shelters. No more exploitation on social media. Dogs say you remove us and monkeys will apply for permanent residency. God bless your bananas and balcony plants. Kalu here says stop using kutte ki zindagi as an insult because look around. Humans are dying in train accidents, bridge collapses and stampedes. So replace that with insan ki zindagi. Well, I spoke to Sheru as well and he said that he will finally be done with our because that in his words is offensive and also he never gave consent for this. Sheru! शेरू तुसी जा रहे हो तुसी ना जाओ Well, petting a dog can reduce cortisol levels. That is a stress hormone. So this one says ab tumhari mental health tumhari zimmedari. Well, these dogs say they are not worried about their relocation but they're worried about you. This is Arun Singh signing off for Kutta Chronicles with camera person Ashwini Mehra. This is where democracy meets dogocracy.
Now, the Supreme Court is set to hear the SR case again, and this is going to be the third consecutive day. Do remember the hearings were supposed to be over 2 days. The petitioners have raised concerns that the SIR process permits arbitrary deletion of voters without adequate safeguards, potentially disenfranchising lakhs of citizens and undermining free and fair elections. The Election Commission has defended its directive, asserting that it's empowered to undertake such an exercise. Now, this, while maintaining that the revision was necessary in light of urban migration, demographic shifts and long-standing concerns about the accuracy of existing rules which had not been intensively revised in nearly 20 years. My colleague Nupur joining us to get us more on this. Nupur, take us through what has happened over the last 2 days and how is it that this has spilled over another day? This is the third consecutive day of that hearing coming up in the Supreme Court.
Yes, right, Divya. The Supreme Court had in fact fixed 2 days for hearing this case at length. But for the past 2 days, the Supreme Court has not been able to conclude hearing the arguments just by the petitioner's side. There are many petitions, as we know, that many political parties as well as organizations have moved the Supreme Court against the special intensive revision being carried out in state of Bihar, calling it exclusionary and illegal. Now the Supreme Court is still hearing the petitioner's side. Today, it is expected to conclude hearing arguments from the petitioner's side and go on to the arguments of Election Commission of India. This entire case can take more than a week and can spill over to the next weeks, upcoming weeks as well. But what is important is that the petitioners, especially the Association for Democratic Reforms, has now come up with 3 demands for an interim order from the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, it decides the issue to finality. The Association of Democratic Reforms has alleged that the Election Commission of India, after the press conference of Rahul Gandhi, had made the draft list published on August 1 unsearchable, which it was previously searchable online, but now it has been made unsearchable. These are allegations by ADR, which ECI has denied, but the Supreme Court will now consider if it wants to grant this interim direction. Secondly, the ADR has also demanded that all the 65 lakh voters that have been deleted, their details should be put online and they should be provided, everyone should be providing the details of why they were deleted, what were the reason that the BLOs adopted to mark them as recommended and non-recommended. So it will be important to see whether the Supreme Court decides to grant this interim order, as the top court also observed in yesterday's hearing that it is in interest of transparency, it is inclined towards making data public and searchable. That is primary demands of the interim order. So it will be important to see that what is the Supreme Court should take today on the interim demands sought by the petitioners.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us all those details, and all eyes on day 3 of the SR case coming up in the Supreme Court. Moving on now, let's get you news, and this is in regard to actor Shilpa Shetty and her husband Raj Kundra, as well as another third person. They have been booked by the EOW for allegedly defrauding this Mumbai-based businessman of over 60 crore rupees in a loan cum investment deal that was linked to their now defunct company, Best Deal TV Private Limited. Now, according to the Mumbai police, the businessman, is Deepak Kothari, who has accused the couple of jointly cheating him for that money to the tune of over 60 crore rupees, alleging that the money was given for business expansion of that company that's now defunct, but it was used instead for personal expenses. He claimed that he had gotten in touch with the couple through an agent, Rajesh Arya, back in 2015, literally 10 years ago. At the time, the couple were the directors of this Best Deal TV and online shopping platform, and it was Shilpa Shetty who had 87% shares in the company back then. But all the money, 60 crores that were given, were not spent on business expansion. In fact, the company didn't even, things didn't work out. They had to shut down that company, and all that money was used by the couple to buy stuff for themselves for personal use instead. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the monsoon fury in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Well, a cloud burst. There have been flash floods that have been reported after a cloud burst in Kinnoor. 4 civilians are believed to be stranded. 1 person has gotten injured. There have been late night rescue operations that have been carried out by the army. This rain devastation that we're seeing across the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. We're talking about over 100 to the tune of 300 roads that have been shut down. They have been closed across the state, and this is because of the sudden flash flood that has swept away this entire area in Kinnoor district and wreaking havoc as far as the roads and connectivity is concerned. Gurpreet, my colleague, joining us in order to get us more on this. Gurpreet, take us through the rescue operations which are underway. Is it raining still? What is the weather looking like? And are there any kind of challenges that are being faced by the rescue teams?
Well, of course, we have seen rescue teams are facing a lot of challenges, and specifically not only in Kinnoor, we have seen in Kullu also, we have seen in Rampur also, cloud burst had been reported. And because of multiple cloud bursts which has been taken place in Himachal Pradesh, there are flash floods. And specifically, if we can talk about Rampur, what we have learned from the local administration, though there is no life loss as of now has been reported, but it is very clear from the flash flood, police post has already been waterlogged, as well as the other electricity, that there was a specific department of electricity that has already been waterlogged because of these floods. We have seen the multiple roads had already been shut down because of these flash floods, and now the local administration has already decided to give alert to the resident, because the local administration has already decided to continue this rescue operation, and the main aim of the local administration to save maximum human lives. What we have learned from the state government also, they say as of now it seems that there is a more property loss as compared to life loss, but multiple rescue operations are already underway, so that wherever the people had been stranded, because what we have learned, because of these flood in some of the houses water had already been logged. They are trying to rescue all these people. So we have to wait and watch how the Himachal Pradesh government is going to deal with the situation, how they are going to grapple with this situation which is happening in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Back to you.
Of course, thank you so much, Gurpreet. This is also bringing to mind the devastation that was caused in Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi, again because of a landslide. In order to know more on this, in fact, now, at least 1,200 people have been rescued so far from the tragedy that unfolded in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand due to the flash floods. The rescue operations are still underway, but connectivity continues to be disrupted. NDTV reports from a key airbase. Here's a report with my colleague Aishwarya.
Well, it's the 10th day of the disaster that took place in Dharali, and there is continuous search operations, rescue operation, relief work that is going on the part of different agencies, be it the Army, Air Force, NDRF, SDRF. But a crucial role has been played by the Indian Air Force because the connectivity has completely been damaged between the rest of Uttarakhand and the Dharali region. I've been joined by Sergeant Rajesh Swami over here, who is taking care of the entire operations here at the Herschel Valley, where different choppers, helicopters are landed. राजेश जी, ये बताइए कि अभी तक आज 10वां दिन है, कितने लोगों को यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है और आप लोगों की क्या प्रायोरिटीज रहती हैं जब आप ये ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं?
सर, अभी तक लास्ट 7 से 8 दिन में जितना भी यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है एयरफोर्स, आर्मी में सबका, ITBP का, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1000 से 1200 लोगों को हमने यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कर लिया है। जो यहाँ के लोकल्स है, जो यहाँ पे आसपास के लोग हैं जहाँ पे कनेक्टिविटी टूट गई है या उनके जो भी खाने का सामान है ख़त्म हो गया है, कंटिन्यूसली नीचे बेसिस से यहाँ पे एयरक्राफ्ट में हमारे सामान आ रहे हैं, जो यहाँ पे लोगों को राशन वगैरह सारी सप्लाई देने की पूरी अपनी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
कौन कौन से एयरक्राफ्ट इस वक्त आप लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं इन ऑपरेशंस में? सर, अभी हमारे चिनूक, Mi-17, ALH एयरक्राफ्ट यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं, पीछे बेसिस में अदर एयरक्राफ्ट लगे हुए हैं जो एयर सपोर्ट से सामान ला रहे हैं नीचे दारासू बेस से, और वहाँ से आगे ऊपर सप्लाई हो रही है चौपर। क्या सॉर्टीज करने में भी किसी तरीके की दिक्कत आप लोगों को फेस करनी पड़ रही है?
करने में सर काफ़ी सारे प्लान्स होते हैं, बहुत सारे क्लियरेंस होते हैं, उसके बाद में जैसे ही पीछे से वेदर अगर डाउन है तो यहाँ पर हम लोग वेट करते हैं। किसी दिन पूरा दिन निकल जाता है कि वेदर की वजह से जहाज आ ही नहीं पाता है, तो अगले दिन वो एक्स्ट्रा लोड बढ़ जाता है। बट हमारे पायलट्स है मॉर्निंग 5 o'clock 6 o'clock से वहाँ पे वेट करते रहते हैं। जैसे ही उनको 30 मिनट्स का भी अगर वेदर विंडो मिल रहा है, इमीडिएटली वो लोग अप्रोच कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे और प्रॉपर हमारे को सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं।
Big news coming in from Lucknow, and due to the monsoon fury, all schools have been shut down in Lucknow. A major road has caved after waterlogging has been reported in Lucknow. Now, all government and private schools will remain closed today due to bad weather and heavy rain in parts of Uttar Pradesh. The move aims to ensure the safety of students amid waterlogging and disrupted transport caused by heavy rain. This has been continuing over the last 24 hours, and then more showers are predicted not just in the area of Uttar Pradesh but adjoining areas as well. And that is what we are expecting. But in order to get you a sense of how bad it is here, take a look at a road that has completely caved and given way to the monsoon fury here. It's literally like a crater that has been created because of the inundation and the heavy rainfall that has been reported in the area. My colleague Vivek Shai gets us more on this.
राजधानी लखनऊ में कल शाम को ही तेज बारिश का असर लखनऊ के अलग अलग इलाकों में देखने को मिला, जहां कई इलाके जलमग्न हो गए। तो वही राजधानी लखनऊ के अलीगंज का ये पॉश एरिया, जहां एक सड़क जो है वो अब गड्ढे में तब्दील हो चुकी है। कितना बड़ा गड्ढा है, तस्वीरों के माध्यम से आप देख सकते हैं। ये अलीगंज का पॉश इलाका है। बात करें तो साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी सड़क जो है वो बीच से एक बड़े गड्ढे ब्लॉक में तब्दील हो चुकी है। सीवर का पानी इसमें गिरता चला जा रहा है और ये जो सड़क है वो पूर्णिया से कपूरथला को जोड़ती है। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे सड़क को ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है, ब्लॉकिंग कर दी गई है। लोगों को आने जाने का रास्ता जो है वो बंद कर दिया गया है ताकि किसी प्रकार की अप्रिय घटना न हो। लेकिन सड़क के बीचों बीच बने इस गड्ढे ने लखनऊ के PWD नगर निगम विभागों की पोल खोलना भी शुरू कर दिया है। ये पहली बार नहीं है कि लखनऊ में बारिश के दौरान इस तरीके के सड़क पर बड़ा गड्ढा देखने को मिला था। इसके पहले भी अलग अलग इलाकों में इस तरह के गड्ढे देखने को मिले हैं जिनमें गाड़ियां तक फंस चुकी हैं। साफ बात है कि लखनऊ का विकास आप सबके सामने है। देख सकते हैं कितने बड़े स्तर पर जो है ये गड्ढा हुआ है। पूरी सड़क बीच से ही बैठ गई है और जो आप आसपास के जो लोग हैं, जो लोकल लोग हैं, उन्होंने बताया कि आधी रात के बाद से जो है ये गड्ढा होना शुरू हुआ और सुबह होते होते ये गड्ढा एक बड़े चैम्बर में अब तब्दील हो चुका है।
And it's not just Uttar Pradesh, but adjoining areas also are feeling the brunt of the monsoon fury, including the national capital, Chandigarh, Punjab, as well as parts of Uttar Pradesh that we have been mentioning. This, of course, includes Noida, Delhi, as well as Gurugram, as far as the NCR region is concerned. And to get a sense of how bad it's going to be, particularly on, Independence Day, given the fact it's a long weekend and people do have a lot of plans coming up as far as the weekend is concerned. But it is the monsoon that could be playing a spoil sport as far as the Independence Independence Day celebrations are concerned as well. In order to know how bad it is on the road this morning, over to my colleague Ishika, who's going to be joining us. This is from various parts of the national capital. As you can see, waterlogging is being reported, inundation. We have shots coming in from Dholakua, from Ghaziabad. Noida is also, it's been raining here. The drive to work this morning wasn't easy, Ishika, and more to follow is what we're hearing.
Well, Divya, as you rightly mentioned, it has been heavily raining in the parts of Delhi NCR region, which certainly includes, Noida, Gurugram as well. We have seen waterlogging visuals, in fact, coming from different parts of the city. But currently, I am standing at the ITO, and generally, last time also we showed you a picture how entirely waterlogged this entire stretch was, because it is certainly a very busy stretch. People who are coming from Noida and going to Delhi for their office, generally they have to face a lot of traffic and waterlogging here at the street. But this time, the situation has a bit improved. I will ask my camera person, Mukesh, to in fact, pan around and show you that you can see that here, if we talk about the machines, the pumps have been deployed by the Delhi government, and you can see that how, in fact, this machine is, in fact, pumping out the waterlogged water, and in fact, taking, the water from the street so that the entire stretch is not waterlogged like the last time. And in fact, we'll like to show you that because of this improvement, certainly there is no traffic chaos as of yet, as you can see on the street. So government continues to say that they are working on these, waterlogging spots. They have already, in fact, marked these waterlogging spots. And ITO and Minto Bridge, they say, had been the short-term goals which the government had been working on. Last time also we saw how the PWD Minister Parvesh Verma had continuously inspected the entire area. Chief Minister too had come here. So the situation here, if we talk about Divya, has improved, but in different parts of Delhi yet. If we talk about Dholakua, if we talk about certain parts of South Delhi, there waterlogging is still being reported. Over to you.
Right, let's talk about Independence Day, and a lot, is planned, particularly when it comes to the celebrations of the Independence Day, starting early in the morning with Prime Minister Modi. Take us through what's the weather going to be like tomorrow.
Well, Divya, as per the IMD, it is going to be, a similar weather that we are seeing today on the Independence Day, because the IMD goes on to say that it is going to be cloudy till the 16th. They're expecting heavy rains to continue in the Delhi NCR region. So certainly for all the people, who have made plans for the Independence Day especially, they certainly need to, keep an extra time in hand so that they do not face any traffic congestions on the streets. And also it is advisable to the people to use metros rather than the roads. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us with those details. Right. Let's just also get you more news coming in, and this is in regard to, in fact, this is as far as global rating agency that is in fact betting as far as India is concerned, saying that these tariffs that are going to be imposed on India will not be impacting the growth of India as far as India's growth story is concerned. So the US president says his punitive tariffs on Indian imports will not impact the economic growth as far as India is concerned, and his sovereign ratings outlook will remain positive according to S&P Global Ratings. And New Delhi is, do remember, is facing that 50% US tariff comprising 25% that kicked in on the 7th of August and another 25% due to come into force from the 28th of August as a penalty for buying Russian oil. Let's get you all the details on this with my colleague Sakshi Bajaj.
Global rating agency S&P Global Ratings bets on India. S&P Global Ratings has said US tariffs won't impact India's growth. They've also said they maintain a positive outlook on India. Now, why exactly are they betting on India? Well, they say India is not a very trade-oriented economy. The exposure of Indian exports to the US is just about 1 to 2% of India's GDP, and the credit impact is not negative as previously feared. They also believe that, look, domestic developments have kept trends stable or positive largely. Remember, they do believe that, look, largely things and the fundamentals really remain positive. Remember, in May, S&P Global Ratings has revised India's outlook to positive. And now they say that in August, remember, we've just heard in this month, US President Donald Trump revised the tariff rate and imposed that additional 25% tariff rate on India.
Let's get you more news, and this is in regard to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who will be visiting India next week on the 18th of August to hold talks with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Now, the visit will take place shortly before Prime Minister Modi's visit to China, his first trip since clashes 5 years ago, which had led to heightened military tension on the border for the SCO summit. Also, the Foreign Minister of China will be visiting India. This will be taking place against the backdrop of Donald Trump hitting both Beijing and New Delhi with massive tariffs. Now, do remember that Trump has slapped a 50% tariff on India, including a 25% penalty for purchasing of Russian weapons and Russian oil. And moving on now to US President Donald Trump, who will be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. This is going to be taking place tomorrow, the 15th of August. And this is a midway location between Washington and Moscow, offering a neutral ground for what could be sensitive discussions. While Donald Trump has gone on to say that there will be very severe consequences. This is what he's warning Russia of. If Russian President Vladimir Putin doesn't agree to stopping the war in Ukraine after the summit that's going to be taking place in Alaska tomorrow, then there will be severe consequences. That is what he's warning of. He's also gone on to say that he's hoping for a second meeting, and that meeting could be taking place between Zelensky, Putin, and he's gone on to say that he can also be there if they want, and that should happen very, very soon after the meeting between Putin and Trump. That is what he has gone on to say, that if the discussion goes well, the first meeting goes well, then there should be a second meeting coming up almost consecutively. And let's get you more news coming in, and this is in regard to NASA. A single mother's courage cemented by Adani Cements has taken a 17-year-old to NASA's Hall of Fame. Cybersecurity prodigy Vansh is living his dream. Here is how.
Vansh is on a song. After all, he's been recognized by NASA. But life wasn't always like this. In 2021, the second wave of COVID-19 claimed the life of Vansh's father, Vivek Kumar, who had been a senior executive at Adani Cements for 23 years. His wife, Pooja, suddenly found herself a single parent. Her pillar of strength at the time was the Adani Group.
Adani Group really supported us. My mother has the qualification in the same, like she had the good education, and she reached out to the management of the Adani Group, and they being very helpful and supportive, they also gave her the opportunity and they just taken her to the group, and like they also like supported in many other ways that is possible. There would be two words I would say. One is the motivator, so supportive and a motivative.
The financial and emotional stability allowed the family to focus on rebuilding their lives and for Vansh to pursue his passion for cybersecurity.
When your parents work at a good place and there's this environment in your house which is good, there's no financial problem, there's no mental problem, there's peace around, and you can finally focus on your goals. I would describe them as helpful, like they helped my mental peace and my mother, and it's just a very good environment with the group.
That support and focus has now led Vansh to making his place in NASA's Hall of Fame.
Did that motivate you even further?
Yeah, that motivated me a lot.
Adani Group celebrated Vansh's recognition in its weekly magazine, turning his personal milestone into a shared moment of pride.
There is the magazine that Adani Group publishes, like it's every weekly and monthly as well. So the group gave the recognition to Vansh there. There was his picture and a very good note about him, giving him a recognition and the very special words. So yes, the recognition was there.
Vansh's story is a testament to resilience and unwavering commitment.
एक डॉग ने उसका पैर पकड़ के उसको गिराया. There is a stray dog bite, stray dog attack. Who is responsible?
Relentless NDTV campaign.
The fact is that every single day there are common citizens, those who are suffering at the hands of the stray dogs.
What are the key concerns from a national policy point of view on this issue?
NDTV flags India's dog dilemma.
We are asking here on NDTV as part of our campaign.
Policymakers back safety campaign.
I welcome this.
We have no policy. Time for stray menace solution. A massive NDTV impact.
तो NDTV को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, आपने जनता से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा उठाया है.
NDTV campaign spurs Supreme Court action.
All stray dogs in the region must be relocated to shelters.
Supreme Court orders end to stray menace.
हमारा एक ही ध्येय है, दिल्ली की जनता को राहत देना.
NDTV's solution-oriented campaign.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम. डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात, खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
First, when it
when Sayyara released, and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you know, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, you know, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment, you know, for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, you know, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Delhi NCR wakes up to heavy showers, waterlogging being reported from various spots, and of course commuting this morning is quite a challenge because of heavy rain that is going to continue in the course of the day. It's going to get heavier in fact on the weekend, and this could in fact hamper the outdoor parade that is expected to take place tomorrow to mark the occasion of Independence Day. In Himachal Pradesh, 300 roads have been closed, including 2 national highways that have been closed following fresh incidents of cloudbursts and flash floods. We're talking about several bridges that have been washed away in Shimla and Lahaul Spiti. And on the directives of the Chief Justice of India, 3-judge bench comprising of Justice Vikram Nath will be taking up that stray dog case. That is going to be taken up by the Supreme Court yet again after making that decision to send away all the street dogs away from the streets of Delhi to shelter homes. And a crucial visit, this is a verdict coming up by the Supreme Court on actor Darshan. This is the bail plea of the actor that's going to be coming up today. This is after the Supreme Court came down heavily on the decision by the High Court in regard to the handling of the case and the bail given to the actor. Shilpa Shetty and her husband have been charged with cheating a businessman of 60 crore rupees, which was given for business expansion but was spent on personal expenses instead. As a global rating agency that's betting on India, S&P says that US tariffs will not impact India's growth story. And the wait is finally over. We're talking about Rajinikanth's blockbuster film Coolie that's hitting the theatres early this morning. And people have been queuing up since early this morning to get that first day, first show. And of course, 100 crores have already been raked in advance bookings of the 50th year. This marks the 50th year of the superstar Rajinikanth, his 171st film. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including waterlogging that's being reported in the Delhi NCR region. If you're in Ghaziabad, in Noida, or anywhere in the national capital, including Delhi, you are going to be facing, a lot of challenges early this morning in order to commute because it is inundated in various parts of the NCR region. It's been raining and more showers are likely to continue. In fact, it's going to get heavier over the weekend, particularly on Independence Day. Let's just get you a sense of how bad it is this morning. We have Ishika joining us in order to, get. Oh my God, Ishika, we can see how you are literally in knee-deep water. How bad is it? And take us to the challenges being faced by the commuters this morning.
Well, Divya, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, it has been heavily raining, across Delhi NCR region from late night itself. And today also, if we show you the picture first, you can see it is continuously raining. But the good thing here is, and I'll ask my camera person Mukesh, to put the camera back on me. And in fact, you can see that the place that I'm reporting from, we report from here, Divya, on every rain because this is a very busy stretch. It is the ITO stretch. People who are commuting from Noida to Delhi and from Delhi to Noida for work, they generally face a lot of problems, a lot of inconvenience to go to their office. And this is a rush hour. Now, last time when I reported from here, I was literally, in the water, knee-deep water. But this time the situation has improved. And I think I can show you that by the length of my jeans that are still submerged in water. So certainly the situation here has improved. Now, why it has improved, I'd like to show you a visual that we are getting you from this point of time. The Delhi government has deployed pumps here and the pump is continuously, taking out the waterlogging, from the stretch so that the traffic chaos that we generally see on the stretch, that doesn't happen at this point of time. We'd like to show you the visuals also of the traffic. You can see the traffic as of now here is quite normal. But, if we talk about the PWD Minister Parvesh Verma, he has continuously said that the pumps are going to be deployed. Minto Bridge and ITO, he says, are in fact the short-term goals and the government has been regularly working on that. And that is how we are seeing the improvement. But if we talk about the different areas like Dhola, Kua and various other, there is still waterlogging. I have a commuter with me. Sir, are you going to your office?
Yes, I'm going to my office in Panchsheel Park. I will take the metro here and then I will change from Kalkajit and then I will reach Panchsheel Park. As you have seen, it's heavily raining and the water drains are very full of I'm very sweating, things that are very heavy, so I feel like it should be.
Last time you saw, it was completely waterlogged, traffic, chaos. You think this time the situation here has become a bit better?
Yeah, it is. The government should do something about the raining season. It's they should have some preparation before rain starts and the drainage tomorrow is Independence Day, right? So government should do something. The people are coming to, we are independent now, but the things are roads. You see, this is Delhi capital.
Any plans you think for the Independence Day is going to be wrecked by this rain and this waterlogging?
Yeah, the people are preparing tomorrow for Independence Day. So the lighting area, people are prepared very tomorrow for Independence Day. I do have some plans. We are also celebrating Independence today in our office. So I think that everything better, yeah.
So certainly, as you heard, the residents here say that even though there is a bit of improvement, the government needs to focus and prepare a better plan so that the people on the ground do not face the inconvenience, especially when it comes to the Independence Day plans. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us details. And from what we're hearing is that, the parade could get impacted, outdoor events could get impacted, given the fact it's a long weekend. A lot of people are going to be, traveling as well. So that could be a problem, and one could be facing some sort of traffic jams and delays on account of the rain. And this could also include air travel. Moving on, in fact, to get you a sense of the state of Himachal Pradesh, where several bridges have been washed away in Shimla and Lahore Spiti. We're talking about 300 roads in Himachal Pradesh that have been closed, including 2 national highways, following fresh incidents of these cloudbursts and flash floods in the hilly state. In Shimla, a police post was swept away, and this is because of the floods, while a bus stand and adjoining shops were damaged after torrential rain. 2 bridges were destroyed, cutting off road connectivity altogether. My colleague Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, take us through how bad it is early this morning, and what is the Met Office saying? When is this weather system going to clear up?
Well, we have seen the multiple cloudbursts had been taken place in Himachal Pradesh, and specifically if we can talk about Kullu, we have seen in Rampur, we have seen in Narkanda also. So multiple cloudbursts had been reported there, and what we have seen specifically in overall Himachal Pradesh, there is a very, very challenging situation on the ground. We have seen multiple rescue operations are already underway, and what we have learned from the local administration and the state administration, there is no life loss has been reported so far, but they are saying huge property loss has been reported from the various locations. Some of the houses had been waterlogged because of these flash floods, and specifically in Rampur area, we have seen the police post has been waterlogged because of these flash flood which has been taken place there. After that, we have seen multiple rescue operations are already in progress, and in some locations of Himachal Pradesh, specifically in Kangra, Palampur, the students are suffering because they haven't shut down the schools, and because of that they are trying to take more precaution. Local administration as well as the state administration has decided to minimize this human life loss, and they are already proactive, and wherever they got any inputs from the weather department, immediately they are appealing to the people to vacate their house so that there should be less life loss. But from June 20th onwards, we have seen multiple roads had already been blocked, and multiple work is already under progress so that they will be able to face this challenging situation. So we have to see how the Himachal Pradesh government is going to come back to this situation. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us a sense of the situation on the ground in the state of Himachal Pradesh. And this is because of a cloudburst that has resulted in flash floods, bringing to mind the situation in Uttarakhand. Now it's day 10 since the flash floods that hit Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand, and rescue operations continue. While 1,200 people have been rescued so far, we will get you a sense of the situation on the ground on day 11 with my colleague Aishwarya.
राजेश जी, ये बताइए कि अभी तक आज 10वां दिन है, कितने लोगों को यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है, और आप लोगों की क्या प्रायोरिटीज रहती हैं जब आप ये ऑपरेशंस चला रहे हैं?
सर, अभी तक लास्ट 7 से 8 दिन में जितना भी यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, एयरफोर्स, आर्मी में सबका, ITBP का, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1000 से 1200 लोगों को हमने यहाँ से रेस्क्यू कर लिया है। जो यहाँ के लोकल्स है, जो यहाँ पे आसपास के लोग हैं जहाँ पे कनेक्टिविटी टूट गई है या उनके जो भी खाने का सामान है ख़त्म हो गया है, कंटिन्यूसली नीचे बेसिस से यहाँ पे एयरक्राफ्ट में हमारे सामान आ रहे हैं, जो यहाँ पे लोगों को राशन वगैरह सारी सप्लाई देने की पूरी अपनी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
कौन कौन से एयरक्राफ्ट इस वक्त आप लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं इन ऑपरेशंस में?
सर, अभी हमारे चिनूक, Mi-17, ALH एयरक्राफ्ट यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं। पीछे बेसिस में अदर एयरक्राफ्ट लगे हुए हैं जो एयर सपोर्ट से सामान ला रहे हैं नीचे दारासू बेस से, और वहाँ से आगे ऊपर सप्लाई हो रही है चौपर।
क्या सॉर्टीज करने में भी किसी तरीके की दिक्कत आप लोगों को फेस करनी पड़ रही है?
इस करने में सर काफ़ी सारे प्लान्स होते हैं, बहुत सारे क्लियरेंस होते हैं। उसके बाद में जैसे ही पीछे से वेदर अगर डाउन है तो यहाँ पर हम लोग वेट करते हैं। किसी दिन पूरा दिन निकल जाता है कि वेदर की वजह से जहाज आ ही नहीं पाता है, तो अगले दिन वो एक्स्ट्रा लोड बढ़ जाता है। बट हमारे पायलट्स है मॉर्निंग 5 o'clock 6 o'clock से वहाँ पे वेट करते रहते हैं। जैसे ही उनको 30 मिनट्स का भी अगर वेदर विंडो मिल रहा है, इमीडिएटली वो लोग अप्रोच कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे और प्रॉपर हमारे को सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं।
Well, today is the day when the Supreme Court will be taking a look at that judgment that was passed on Monday in regard to, round up all the street dogs from the National Capital Region and put them away into shelter homes away from the main city. Now, this is on the direction of the Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gawai, that a three-judge bench, which is going to be led by Justice Vikram Nath, that they will be taking up the matter yet again. The relocation had been ordered on Monday, and the issue has been raised before the Chief Justice of India in its order. Now, of course, there were a lot of concerns that have been raised by citizens of India as well as animal rights activists. We're talking about celebrities also raising concerns. This included the actor John Abraham, who wrote to the Chief Justice of India asking for compassion as far as this matter is concerned. Now, let's just get you more on this. We have Anish Gawande, the NCP SP spokesperson, joining us this morning. Thank you for speaking with us. We did see you holding placards really asking Independence Day for whom in regard to, what's going to be taking place if that, Supreme Court order comes into effect. There is a deadline of about 8 weeks' time, but today is the day when the Supreme Court is going to be taking up the matter yet again. If you'd like to raise concerns, of course, there is a lot of division when it comes to some for, some against, but now we seem like the Supreme Court seems to be softening its stand, saying that, they want the best for everyone.
Firstly, thank you for having me on your show this morning. And I want to start off by saying that last night, I was at Lodhi Garden with thousands of innocent protesters who were protesting peacefully against the Supreme Court verdict. Now, I was there in my capacity as national spokesperson for the NCP SP. I was there with peaceful protesters, and you saw the visuals. How so many protesters, including me, were manhandled. Just a few days ago, there was a gang rape in Delhi on Sunday. The reality is that this verdict has divided this city so much that today the Delhi police is busier taking care of protesters who are protesting peacefully in Lodhi Gardens than solving actual crimes in the city and raising their hands against innocent people, including politicians. If they can do this to me, if they can do this to the leader of opposition just a few days ago for vote chori, then what are they going to do to ordinary citizens of this country, right? It is no wonder then that the Chief Justice has taken account of this matter and sent this case to a larger bench, right? This case has gone up to a larger bench which will hear this case today. But the reality is the Supreme Court is fixing the mess created by Delhi's Chief Minister. We've said this yesterday. Yesterday, slogans were being raised. Rekha Gupta, hi, hi. Rekha Gupta, istifa do. This is Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's plan, plain and simple. The MCD is acting on her instructions. The plan presented to the Supreme Court was through the MCD via Rekha Gupta. So the Chief Minister of Delhi must intervene here. The Supreme Court will ask for her opinion. She must publicly state that she disagrees with the proposal that is neither logical nor logistical, else she must resign.
Anish, we can see you were there at the protest, and of course the Delhi police there taking matters into their own hands. And of course, everybody has that right to raise their concerns in this particular regard. It's a common man taking to the streets, literally trying to give a voice to the voiceless, and that is something that really is being said even by Rahul Gandhi. Of course, the opposition also, hitting out at this stand that's being taken by the Delhi government. But of course, now we're seeing a softening of the stand because this is now going to be taken up by the Supreme Court yet again. What are your demands in this regard, and what are the challenges that the government will face if this was to go into effect?
Softening of stances cannot take place behind closed doors. Rekha Gupta needs to come out on public television, on national television, hold a press conference and say she does not agree with the Supreme Court verdict, say that it is unworkable. There is precedent for this. Sheila Dikshit ji had said this about old buses to a similar Supreme Court verdict that said remove all old buses within 3 weeks when she was Chief Minister. The Chief Minister of Delhi must own up to her actions and take accountability for the mess that she has created. So the first demand is that the BJP, especially Chief Minister Rekha Gupta ji, must publicly oppose this plan and say they are against it. The second demand is that any dogs that are being picked up right now should not be picked up. Where are they taking them? There are 0 shelters. Multiple news channels have conducted independent audits of these shelters. So where are they picking up dogs and taking them in the first place? And finally, the most important demand is, while all of this is going on, the Delhi police must behave like a professional police force. I have great respect for the Delhi police, but the way in which protesters were beaten up yesterday, were detained yesterday, was not only unethical, but also illegal.
Right, thank you so much, Anisha, for joining us this morning, and of course, raising concerns there. All eyes on that crucial hearing up that's coming up in the Supreme Court today. We have breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Punjab terror boss, in which the members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang have been arrested. According to the police, operatives had foreign-based handlers, and the aim was to commit a sensational crime. Both accused have extensive crime history as well. Now, the accused are wanted in recent murder cases, and this is a key arrest that has been made by the police in Punjab. These are, members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang that have been arrested by the police, who are claiming that these operatives had handlers who were foreign based, and the aim was to commit sensational crime. And this, of course, includes people, in fact, known people. And to know more on this, Gurpreet, take us through these people that have been arrested. Take us through the crimes that they have been linked to.
The Punjab police has already arrested these two criminals who were wanted in more than 15 cases that had been registered not only in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and other states also. What they have learned during the preliminary investigation, these people have already fled to Nepal, and they had come back to Punjab to carry out some terror activities. What they have learned in the initial investigation, they had come to India on the direction of the foreign handler. Now the police is trying to probe all these angles so that they will be able to find out who are the foreign handle and what type of terror activity they are going to execute in the state of Punjab. The police have also recovered a weapon from their possession along with live cartridges also, and they are trying to find out the source from where did they get this weapon and who had provided them logistics. They were involved in a murder case which has been taken place in Fazilka. Now the further investigation is already underway. We have to wait and watch what links will be coming up, because in the initial investigation they were being it was being learned by the Punjab police they were being involved in extortion and other cases, and they are attached to Lawrence Bishnoi gang. So all these angles are being probed by the Punjab police so that they will be able to find out more links with the foreign handler, and they will be able to find out what type of terror activity they are going to execute in the state of Punjab. Back to studio.
Right, of course, this really comes on the heels of that arrest that has been made with that attack that took place outside, outside this is outside rapper Badshah's, restaurants, and that was also linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us the very latest on this breaking news. And on Partition Day, it's Prime Minister Modi there observing the horrors of Partition Day, recalling the immense upheaval and the pain. One of the most tragic chapters is how Prime Minister Modi is describing it, saying that people face unimaginable loss. That is the Prime Minister putting out that message on social media, talking about the loss that people face was unaccounted for, was unimaginable, and recalling that immense upheaval and pain that was faced by many people, observing the horrors of the day of partition. My colleague Aishwarya getting us more information. Aishwarya, take us through the contents of the tweet that has been put out by Prime Minister Modi observing Partition Day and the horrors of it.
Well, that's right. It's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who had now put it out on the social media platform on the evocative historical image that all have seen related to the partition horror, and it is the Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, which is now being observed as far as the government is concerned. It's in a national memorial, which is observed every year annually on 14th of August. It was first announced by Narendra Modi back in 2021 to commemorate the victims and suffering caused by the partition of India in 1947. And the date was chosen intentionally as it falls on the eve of the India's Independence Day, symbolically anchoring the memories of partition's human tragedy alongside the celebration of the national freedom as well. Remember, it was almost 2 million people who died because of the partition, and it is in Punjab around 12 million people were displaced, while upheavals and widespread across the subcontinent, and therefore the reason perhaps after 2021 it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who had declared to mark today's day as Partition Horror Remembrance Day, as Prime Minister also went on to say that this will honor the courage of those who have endured unimaginable pain during the tragic chapter of our history despite immense loss. They rebuilt their lives and achieved remarkable milestones. This day reminds us of our responsibility to strengthen the bonds, harmony that unite our nations.
Right. Thank you so much. This is, of course, the 14th of August, every year, Independence Day Eve, where India observes Partition Horrors Remembrance Day to pay a tribute to those who lost their lives and were displaced during the country's partition in 1947. And moving on is the Supreme Court today that will be delivering its verdict on Karnataka government's plea to cancel the bail granted to actor Darshan in the Renuka murder case. Do remember, on the 24th of last month, a bench comprising of justices, we are talking about J.B. Partiwala as well as Mahadevan, they had reserved the order after hearing arguments from both sides, and the Supreme Court had said that this is in regard to the Karnataka High Court's December 13, 2024's order of granting bail to the actor and the co-accused. Now, this is something that, of course, the Supreme Court had huge problems with. In order to know more on this, Deepak joining us. Deepak, of course, while this case is coming up in the court today, this is really coming on the heels of the Supreme Court really slamming the Karnataka High Court for granting bail to the actor in the first place, voicing its grave concerns about the case's handling to begin with.
Well, it's a very important day for actor Darshan, because while, of course, he managed to get an interim bail on medical grounds and then also another regular bail as well, the Karnataka government decided that they'll go to the Supreme Court and question that. And what happened there, of course, was something that shocked many. The Supreme Court didn't take the bail that was granted by the High Court very lightly. It came down quite heavily, expressed grave concerns about how this bail was granted and if it would be in the same manner to any other individual. So there were several hints that were dropped that there could be trouble coming the way of Darshan, but of course the Supreme Court has its own way of making observations and then goes into a lot of finer and minute details as far as delivering the verdict is concerned. So in an hour or two from now, we'll know what's the fate of Darshan going to be, whether it's going to be yet another time back in jail, or is he going to get away? Because as of now, the charge sheets have been really filed, the investigations have nearly concluded, the trial is going on. Even the advocates have gone to the Supreme Court and said that if necessary, we'll even do a day-to-day trial. So how will the Supreme Court really look at this? Whether there's more trouble coming the way of the actor, how will his fans respond? We'll know in a short while. And of course, here at NDTV, we are bringing our viewers minute-to-minute updates of what's happening in the Supreme Court.
Right, Deepak, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. And moving on now from Karnataka to Andhra Pradesh, and it is Jagan Mohan Reddy as far as, claiming that the Congress and the TDP are hand in glove. This is the accusation that is being leveled by, Jagan Mohan Reddy. So now we have AICC in charge for Andhra Pradesh, Manikam Tagore, who has hit back at YSRCP President YS Jagan Mohan Reddy after he alleged that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, is in touch with Chandrababu Naidu through a hotline. Now, the Congress MP has said that the people of Andhra Pradesh know that Chandrababu Naidu, Prime Minister Modi, as well as Amit Shah, Jagan, and the Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan are together, and that Rahul Gandhi hasn't given in fact, to Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, just like him. So, a war of words that continues, and this is, of course, Jagan Mohan Reddy hitting out at the Congress Party hitting back at him. Let's listen in to that war of words.
So why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Andhra, which has got this huge percentage of difference that you just spoke about, or why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Arvind Kejriwal, who lost in Delhi his own seat? Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra, nor does Rahul Gandhi's national spokespeople, no spokesperson, Andhra in charge, this person Manikyam Tagore who is here, nor does he speak about Andhra. This man Manikyam Tagore speaks negative about me or YSRCP rather than Chandrababu Naidu here. And Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra. Why is that so? It's because Chandrababu Naidu is on a hotline with Rahul Gandhi. It's quite evident.
I saw Mr. Jagan's statement on the vote chori thing. Mr. Jagan must understand that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji, he is not a person who is fighting for Congress alone. We are fighting for India's democracy. He has not surrendered to Mr. Shah. He is not afraid about Mr. Modi like the way Mr. Jagan does. We are fighting the battle against Shah and Modi to protect India's democratic rights. Mr. Jagan must have minimum courtesy to acknowledge and appreciate the work of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Frustrated Jagan Mohan Reddy, out of the fear of losing elections conducted yesterday in Pulivendula and Ontimeta, starts his blabbering all over again. He is trying to create a fake narrative, a futile attempt again by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy talks about, in his press meet today, talks about some hotline, talks about different things that are highly unbecoming of a political leader. Let me assure you, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, we, Telugu Desam Party and NDA government, we have a hot dish. Nobody else, none else.
Ashish, joining us to get us the very latest on this. We just heard Jagan Mohan Reddy there questioning Rahul Gandhi's selective approach when it comes to addressing electoral issues, particularly his silence when it comes to the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, Divya. In fact, today is the day when counting of by-polls, ZPTC by-polls in Kadapa is ongoing, and YSR Congress Party has boycotted the counting process. So none from YSR Congress Party, the principal opposition party, has participated in the counting process for ZPTC election in Kadapa. Kadapa, remember, is the hometown of YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, and there was an intense battle to capture the local body position in between TDP and YSR Congress Party. During a press conference on Wednesday, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, while mentioning about the malpractices and manipulation in Kadapa ZPTC elections, he also targeted Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the TDP chief, and alleged that TDP chief is having a backdoor channel with Rahul Gandhi, and that's why Rahul Gandhi is silent. The Congress Party is silent, which is the one important player in Andhra Pradesh politics, and they are not mentioning and they are not raising voice against the ruling TDP and the alleged vote malpractices in Andhra Pradesh. He also questioned, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy also questioned Rahul Gandhi's stance on Delhi polls. Remember, in Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal was lost. Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party and Congress fought differently, and BJP won there. And he mentioning that result, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy questioned Rahul Gandhi's stance on Arvind Kejriwal. He also alleged that Rahul Gandhi is not serious about his whole this vote chori claim.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to Mumbai, and it is actor Shilpa Shetty as well as her husband Raj Kundra that have now, in fact, they're facing a lot of issues and problems because they have been booked by the EOW for allegedly defrauding a Mumbai-based businessman of 60.4 crore rupees in a loan-cum-investment deal linked to their now defunct company Best Deal TV Private Limited. Now, according to the Mumbai police, Deepak Kothari had given money of over 60 crore to the couple for promoting and for business expansion. However, they didn't spend the money there. They ended up spending it on personal use instead. That is the claim that is being made by Deepak Kothari. He had come in touch with Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra through an agent, Rajesh Arya, back in 2015, 10 years ago. At the time, the couple were the directors of this company that has now, is no longer functional at this particular point in time. This was an online shopping platform called Best Deal TV, where Shilpa Shilpa Shetty was, she held over 87% shares in the company back then. This is a defunct company, and now Deepak Kothari is demanding compensation for the losses that he has incurred because of the money that was spent on personal expenses instead of expanding the business.
So the case has been registered against actor Shilpa Shetty and husband Raj Kundra for cheating a businessman of rupees 60 crores. The case was registered in Juhu police station, but the amount is for 10 crores. And if the amount is 10 crores, then this case should be transferred to EOW, and the case has been transferred to the EOW, and now EOW is investigating into this entire matter. According to the sources, businessman Deepak Kothari has alleged that the both of them together cheated him for more than 60 crore rupees. Kothari says that he gave this money in the name of expanding the business between 2015 and 2023, but things has gone worse. And now it will be very important to see how EOW will investigate into this matter, because EOW has also registered a matter under FIR sections 403, 406 and 34 of the IPC. So it will be very important to see the alleged things which has been said by a businessman will be how it will be investigated by the Mumbai EOW.
Let's get you the latest in breaking news that's coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Now, this is a prestige battle between Jagan Mohan Reddy and we are talking about Chandrababu Naidu, a face-off as far as local body polls are concerned. Now, YSRCP is boycotting the counting that's taking place as far as Jagan Mohan Reddy's party. They're alleging irregularities, and this is, the hometown of Jagan Mohan Reddy, his bastion, where YSRCP is boycotting the counting as far as the local body polls are concerned. Ashish, my colleague, joining us. Take us through the details of this breaking news coming in from Andhra Pradesh in regard to the local body polls and a face-off between Jagan Mohan Reddy and Chandrababu Naidu.
Counting for two local body positions has started in Kadapa, the district headquarters of Kadapa. Remember, Pulivendula and Ontimita, these two ZPTC election were held, voting were held on Tuesday amid a lot of allegation by YSR Congress Party that voter malpractices and voter manipulation was done by TDP in presence of police. Based on those allegations, YSR Congress Party is now planning to move to Andhra Pradesh High Court seeking a repoll. In between, today as scheduled, the administration has started counting for a vote in Kadapa. The counting process has started at 8 a.m. But that YSR Congress Party, the principal opposition party in Andhra Pradesh, it has boycotted the counting process. None from the YSR Congress Party, none from its polling agent or other counting staff or counting members. They have reached to counting centers. So amid the absence of YSR Congress Party agents, the counting process has started in Kadapa. Meanwhile, what we have learned from YSRCP sources that today the party will be approaching to Andhra Pradesh High Court seeking repoll in presence of Central Paramilitary Forces in Ontimita and Pulivendula, these two ZPTCs by polls.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashish, for getting us details and, of course, the allegations that are being faced as far as those allegations being made by Jagan Mohan Reddy, accusing the Chief Minister of, rigging and undermining democracy during the elections that have taken place. These are local body polls in these very crucial areas. And this is a bastion, the hometown of Jagan Mohan Reddy there. And, of course, the allegations that are being made and, demands being made, like Ashish was pointing out, towards re-elections. Let's just switch tracks to that very important meeting coming up in Alaska between Donald Trump and we are talking about Vladimir Putin, a meeting that has been in the works for a very, very long, finally going to be happening in a matter of 24 hours from now. Donald Trump has gone on to say that if it doesn't go well, then there will be severe consequences that Russia will be facing. In fact, if Vladimir Putin doesn't stop that war that's been on for years now between Russia and Ukraine, then there will be severe consequences. That is what what he's gone on to in fact say. He's also gone on to back that up by saying that if all goes well, there will be another meeting, and that's going to be between Zelensky and Putin, and hopefully that he would be there at that meeting as well if the two leaders want it to be such. Let's listen in to Donald Trump.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
My colleague Maha Siddiqui joining us from Alaska. Well, Maha, all eyes on that crucial meeting coming up between the two very difficult leaders. And given how temperamental Donald Trump is, any word can, throw him off balance. So a lot at stake, particularly in that meeting. And he said within the first 2 minutes, he'll know if the meeting is going down well or not.
Also, several times, Divya, if you've noticed how he started off with very high stakes, then went on to say that he will be able to judge within 2 minutes as to whether a peace deal is even possible. Then going on to say that that Ukraine will, of course, be kept in the loop, dialing down the expectations a bit, not particularly saying that there will be an end to the Ukraine war in this meeting. And now when reporters asked him about consequences, he's saying there will be severe consequences for Russia. So yes, there have been several statements, different kinds from US President Donald Trump. However, the fact is that the two leaders, that is President Trump and President Putin, are going to be meeting in Alaska on Friday. And all eyes are keenly trained on that meeting. They are considering that this is the only real hope that one has, that after 3 long years, at least the world could be seeing both sides move forward, even if a little bit, to end this war. This meeting is going to take place at the joint base Elmendorf-Richardson, which is a joint military base in the United States, in a very strategic location in Alaska. Alaska is also an interesting venue that has been chosen because of the shared history between US and Russia. Now, where I'm standing will, in fact, give you a sense of that. Right behind me is the Russian Orthodox Church. And just a short while back, they held a prayer meeting specifically for the success of this meeting between President Trump and President Putin, praying for an end to the Ukraine war. Also, a very interesting and a significant take here, considering that the Russian Orthodox Church in Moscow and the Patriarch Kirill there had thrown their weight behind Kremlin. So when I asked Father Thomas Rivers, the dean of the cathedral here, about the political split there in the Russian Orthodox Church as well, he said that they are all free to choose how they interpret their stand on a war, and they believe that this war needs to come to an end, and they will hope that history can be made in Alaska.
The next question being that if all goes well, the next meeting will be with Zelensky. Will that also be happening in Alaska is a big question. And more than that, what will Putin want in return? What all is on the table to begin with?
Well, there's a lot of speculation on that. It is possible that Russia might ask for the territories that they already have under their control, which is in at least 4 oblasts in Ukraine, to remain theirs. And that could be very troubling for Europe and Ukraine. And Ukraine has completely, outrightly said that that is not going to be acceptable to them at all.
Right. Thank you so much, Maha, joining us all the way from Alaska before that meeting that's coming up in less than 24 hours' time between the two leaders, Putin and Donald Trump. What all is on the cards? What all is, of course, we know what's on the cards, but what all is on the table to begin with? What is going to be offered to Putin to end the war is the big question. Moving on now, it is, of course, the US tariffs that won't be impacting India's growth. That is what is really being said. Do remember that Donald Trump's punitive tariffs on Indian imports will not be impacting the economic growth. And that is what sovereign ratings outlook will remain positive, according to S&P. In fact, India facing that 50% US tariff, comprising 25% that kicked in on the 7th of August, another 25% due to come into effect later this month, will not really impact the growth story of India. Sakshi with the details.
Global rating agency S&P Global Ratings bets on India. S&P Global Ratings has said US tariffs won't impact India's growth. They've also said they maintain a positive outlook on India. Now, why exactly are they betting on India? Well, they say India is not a very trade-oriented economy. The exposure of Indian exports to the US is just about 1 to 2% of India's GDP, and the credit impact is not negative as previously feared. They also believe that, look, domestic developments have kept trends stable or positive largely. Remember, they do believe that, look, largely things and the fundamentals really remain positive. Remember, in May, S&P Global Ratings has revised India's outlook to positive. And now they say that in August, remember, we've just heard in this month, US President Donald Trump revised the tariff rate and imposed that additional 25% tariff rate on India.
And let's just get you a very crucial meeting coming up here in the national capital is between Chinese foreign minister and our national security advisor. The visit will be taking place. This is going to happen shortly before Prime Minister Modi heads to China. His first trip since the clashes that took place 5 years ago, which led to heightened military tension on the border for the SCO summit. Now, the foreign minister will be visiting India, and this will take place against the backdrop of the United States, Donald Trump hitting out at both nations, China and India, with massive tariffs. Do remember that Trump has, slapped India with 50%. However, China seems to be getting that, window, that deadline that seems to be getting extended time and again as far as China is concerned. This is a very crucial visit coming up on the 18th of this month. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us. Major destruction being reported from Himachal Pradesh on account of the rain of fury that has erupted. 300 roads have been closed. We're talking about people being stranded, rescue operations being carried out because of the cloudburst. And now today the Supreme Court will be taking up the street dog case in the court coming up again on the behest of the Chief Justice of India. We'll look at that decision taken earlier on Monday. And actor Darshan's bail plea coming up in the Supreme Court. And do remember, this comes on the heels of the Supreme Court lashing out at the High Court for the handling of the case in the first place. The wait is finally over. It's Rajinikanth's 171st film that's been released. Coolie is here, and people have been gathering since early this morning.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial, and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Ahan was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun because I just think making music, I mean, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. I mean, you just
You don't need to see anything.
it's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Now the wait is finally over. Rajinikanth's 171st blockbuster movie Coolie has arrived, marking 50 glorious years of the superstar, and it's Udayanidhi's talent that's giving a complete thumbs up. He watched the film a day before its release, saying that this is a movie you don't want to miss.
Looking at the crowd, it may look like it's the middle of the day here in Mumbai, but it's not. It's early in the morning, and all these people are here for Thalaiva. Rajinikanth early in the morning since 4 o'clock. They've been standing here for the tickets. First day, first show, 6 a.m. They are waiting for here to talk to us. Guys, कितने excited हैं आप लोग Coolie देखने के लिए? Very excited. Very excited. Fully excited. क्या ये पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है आप लोग आए हो कि हमेशा आते हो? Always do. Yeah. So Rajinikanth sir का है. So you can see the madness here, and it's 50 years.
Yeah, these are 50 years of Rajinikanth. We are celebrating here.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. This is special for us.
So it's extra special for them this time. They do this every year, doesn't matter. The rain, sun, doesn't matter. They're always here. But this year it's extra special because it's 50 years of Rajinikanth, and the number of fans are increasing every day. So here we are. The madness is here. It's Thalaiva Day.
I want to ask you a question. Have you ever seen a fan celebration like this ever before?
Never.
So this is the best, and this is the bestest moment of my life, because I am also not a South Indian, but I'm first time coming here, and this is just for the love of Rajni. This is the day. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And you guys, you all have been coming here regularly?
Yeah. Every year for Rajni film.
It doesn't look like it's 6 in the morning, right?
No.
The whole mall is crowded and it's full of people, and everybody is celebrating like it's a festival. It is a festival
right now.
Absolutely.
This is the temple of cinema.
This is the temple of cinema, like they said.
And this movie has already made 100 crores in advance booking, and of course that fervor that we are seeing, that kind of excitement of people there, literally queuing up from 4 o'clock. Oh my God, pouring milk, literally worshipping the actor there, and the actor completing 50 years. Now, of course, the movie is pitted against War 2, which stars Hrithik Roshan and Kiara Advani. But in this film, it's Amir Khan who's doing a cameo. This movie also has Shruti Hassan as well as Nagarjuna. So the movie, this is of course marking over 170 films of the superstar, and it's pitted against War 2, both the movies clashing it out there, and a southern touch there as well, because War 2 also has a junior NTR starring in the film. News coming in from Tamil Nadu. We have breaking news in regard to the sanitation workers row. It is TVK actor turned politician Vijay who has in fact spoken on this, and this is the first jibe. In fact, taking a jibe at the chief minister in regard to this controversy is TVK chief hitting out at the DMK government, saying that the DMK government is arresting workers. Workers were fighting peacefully, but the DMK government is opting for inhumane, as far as that situation is concerned. Their response has been completely inhumane. These are sanitation workers. They were forcefully evicted, and this is a strike against the privatization move, and the striking workers have been detained by the police, and action has been taken after the order of the Madras High Court. Sam, my colleague, joining us. Sam, take us through. This is after that High Court order. We are seeing, the action that's being taken by the police, and it is actor turned politician Vijay coming out completely in defence of these sanitation workers.
DMK Chief Actor Vijay has condemned the Tamil Nadu government for arresting these striking sanitary workers late in the night. He calls this inhuman and alleges that he hears many women workers have suffered injuries, severe injuries, and he urges the government to provide them treatment and to do everything required for their well-being. And he slams the ruling DMK of not fulfilling their poll promises that these workers are demanding only what was promised by the ruling DMK before the election. And if the government cannot fulfill it, why would you do that, to make that promise in the first time? He's raising the question. He is also demanding providing these workers a designated spot for them to continue their protest. The larger background is, for the last 13 days, these workers have been protesting outside the Rippon building in Chennai, the headquarters of the Chennai Corporation, on the pavement. And yesterday, the Madras High Court had ruled that they have to be cleared, moved from this place, and they have to obtain prior permission and protest only at the designated spot given by the Tamil Nadu police. It was in that context the police had asked them to move, saying that continuing the protest would be contempt of court. They are protesting against the move by the Chennai Corporation to privatize conservancy work in 2 zones in Chennai, which they say will affect their jobs. Number one, their jobs will go under a private company. This will also have an impact on the salary they draw, and they demand permanency of their job as well as permanency of their salary. And the Chennai Corporation says their jobs will be guaranteed, and they can negotiate and come to a settlement in terms of the revision of wages, but they want them to first return to work. And it was in that context the police had cleared them this morning. And already the left parties have also condemned the arrest, saying that the government and the court in particular, they point out, should have waited before giving this kind of an order when the other petition regarding their jobs is still pending in the court.
Right. Of course, the ground on which this really was taking place is the fact that they were occupying public footpaths without permission, and that could not be allowed. While the court, however, had instructed the police to act with restraint and clarified the workers would continue the agitation, but to that designated spot, like Sam was mentioning. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue with Arjun on the other side.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
जय जवान, जो मैंने शुरू किया था ये एक्चुअली, मैं दोबारा आया हूँ आप लोग से मिलने के लिए। मुझे बड़ी खुशी है आप देख रहे हैं YouTube पे मेरी फिल्म। वाह क्या बात है, क्या बात है। देखिए जय जवान मेरे साथ 15 अगस्त को सिर्फ NDTV पर। जय जवान, जय जवान, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know, that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things, then you add a...
Red alert issued, several areas waterlogged. Delhi NCR wakes up to heavy rain. Showers likely to continue till August 7th. Several bridges washed away in Shimla and Lahore Spiti districts in Himachal. Over 300 roads, including two national highways, closed following fresh incidents of cloudbursts and flash floods. Three-judge bench comprising Justices Vikram Nath, Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria to take up stray dog case story today on directions of CJI Gavai. The wait is finally over. Rajinikanth's 171st blockbuster Coolie arrives and marks 50 glorious years of Thalaivar superstar Rajni. Over in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's fascist jibe at CM Stalin as sanitation workers' row escalates. TK's Vijay hits out at DMK government, says arrest of workers inhumane and anarchic. We shift our focus. We start this bulletin, in fact, from a story coming in from Tamil Nadu, where TVK's Vijay has jumped into the sanitation workers' row. He says he's targeted the DMK government and CM Stalin, saying it's a fascist decision that has been taken by the chief minister and the state government. He's clearly hit out at the government and said that arresting these workers is a fascist move by the state government. He's added that workers were fighting peacefully and that the DMK government is humane and anarchic. My colleague Sam Daniels joins me from Ground Zero for the latest on this. Sam, a clear direct attack now at CM Stalin at the DMK government. This is escalating into full-blown politicking and a political meltdown. Now, this update comes after the Madras High Court, in fact, on Wednesday directed the state government, the DMK-led Tamil Nadu government, to take action to remove the Greater Chennai Corporation or GCC sanitations worker, who, by the way, have been protesting at the Ripon building ever since the 1st of August. Now, soon after these directions came in from the court, police cops moved in to evict them from the place. And as per the reports we've been getting, at least or around 800 such GCC sanitation workers have been removed from the protest site by Tamil Nadu cops. Meanwhile, my colleague Sam Daniels joins us for the latest on this. Sam, this is escalating into a full-blown political fight between the ruling DMK and the opposition in the state. What's the latest you're picking up? They seem to hit a technical snag there. But for our viewers just joining in, news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where TVK's Vijay has thrown down the gauntlet to the DMK and Chief Minister. Meanwhile, we're joined by A. Sarvanan. He's the DMK spokesperson, joining us live right now. Mr. Sarvanan, a clear message coming in from the opposition. What does the ruling DMK government make of this?
See, the government is for the people, and especially these sanitation workers who are all protesting. They are unwilling to negotiate with the government. Their intent seems to be only to protest. Looks like they are listening to anti-DMK people who just want this protest to stay alive, so that they can use this platform against the DMK government. The ministers were all there. The mayor was all there. All of us, all in the DMK government, are willing to speak to them, engage with them, and find a solution. But
Sarvanan, let me just come in here.
Unwilling.
Yes, it's been 14 days. They've been protesting ever since the 1st of August. What's the difference, or why has the government not been able to assuage or convince these workers till now, sir?
It's not as though the DMK government is not bothered about them. The concerned minister, Mr. K. Nehru, he went and met them, but they refused to meet him. And again, there was a round of talks with Mr. Shekhar Babu, who is also in charge of the CMDA, and the mayor was there engaging in conversations with them. See, we are willing to sort it out, and the High Court has made it very clear that they will not be able to allow, they should not be allowed to protest in a place where they inconvenience the general public. There are designated places to protest, so please go there and protest. That's what the High Court has ordered, and this was conveyed to the protesters. They refused to move, and that is why now they were removed from that place. That is exactly what had happened. And the opposition party, Mr. Vijay, you say you are quoting him and stating that, he has given a statement. Let him just get out of this AC room from Panayur. The biggest joke is, he has taken some of the protesters from the protesting site and gone to his place at Panayur and held discussions there. What kind of a joke is this? And that gentleman is now giving a statement without understanding the orders of the High Court, without understanding what inconvenience it has caused the general public there. So
let me take this across, Mr. Sarvanan. Let me take this across to my colleague Sam Daniels, who is in fact joining us from Tamil Nadu. Sam, you heard the DMK there. You've seen what the TVK chief Vijay has said. This is, snowballed into full-blown politicking now. Where do you see this headed, and why is the government still not able to take these workers into confidence after 14 long days?
Well, two possibilities. One, the government may have to roll back its plan to hand over the conservancy work in these two zones back to the corporation, which was given to the private, or the workers ought to climb down and be willing to work under a private agency. Only then this issue could see some kind of a resolution. But coming 8 months before elections, this is also turning into a political issue, with Vijay trying to capitalize on this Vijay has already held talks taking these workers to his place outside the city, and now he has slammed the ruling DMK, saying that he hears reports that women have suffered injuries. They've been lifted forcefully and detained now. He has also said some of them have suffered severe injuries, and he has asked the government to provide treatment and to make sure they are well taken care. He's also demanded provision of a designated spot for these workers to continue their protest, and has slammed the government for not fulfilling what he calls the ruling DMK's poll promise before the assembly elections, and has questioned, if you can't fulfill, why do you make such promises? The larger picture, the protests have been going on for the last 13 days, and yesterday the Madras High Court had directed these striking workers to be cleared from the pavement outside the Rippon building, the headquarters of the Chennai Corporation, and directed authorities to provide them a designated spot after they obtain permission. And the court direction has also come under criticism, with the left parties saying that the court should have waited for the other pending petition with them is cleared, in terms of the petition by the workers on their job and the corporation's move to hand them over to a private agency. The Chennai Corporation justifies this action, saying that the idea is to make their conservancy work more efficient, based on their pilot project earlier. And they assure workers that although they will work under a private agency, their jobs and their salary will be safeguarded. But the larger question is the permanency of their jobs and their monetary benefits. That's the sticking point. At the moment, they have been detained. We'll have to wait and see if they would be released or arrested. But certainly the issue is there to be resolved.
Very important point you raised there, Sam. The workers and the rights of the workers should not and must not be, in fact, left in the lurch between the politicking that's taking place months before the state goes to polls, as you clearly mentioned. We shift our focus to New Delhi, where the Supreme Court, in fact, will deliver its verdict on Karnataka government's plea to cancel bail granted to actor Darshan in the Rajinikanth murder case. Now, on the 24th of July, viewers, a bench comprising Justices J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan had reserved the order after hearing arguments from both the sides. Now, the Apex Court was hearing a plea filed by the state government against the Karnataka High Court's December 13th, 2024 order of a bail to Darshan and the co-accused as well. Now, on December 13th, 2024, the High Court granted bail to actor Darshan and others in connection with the alleged murder of his fan Rajinikanth. Meanwhile, my colleague Deepak Bopanna puts the developments into perspective.
Well, it's a very important day for actor Darshan, because while, of course, he managed to get an interim bail on medical grounds and then also another regular bail as well, the Karnataka government decided that they'll go to the Supreme Court and question that. And what happened there, of course, was something that shocked many. The Supreme Court didn't take the bail that was granted by the High Court very lightly. It came down quite heavily, expressed grave concerns about how this bail was granted and if it would be in the same manner to any other individual. So there were several hints that were dropped that there could be trouble coming the way of Darshan, but of course the Supreme Court has its own way of making observations and then goes into a lot of finer and minute details as far as delivering the verdict is concerned. So in an hour or two from now, we'll know what's the fate of Darshan going to be, whether it's going to be yet another time back in jail, or is he going to get away? Because as of now, the charge sheets have been really filed, the investigations have nearly concluded, the trial is going on. Even the advocates have gone to the Supreme Court and said that if necessary, we'll even do a day-to-day trial. So how will the Supreme Court really look at this? Whether there's more trouble coming the way of the actor, how will his fans respond? We'll know in a short while. And of course, here at NDTV, we are bringing our viewers minute-to-minute updates of what's happening in the Supreme Court.
With that, we shift our focus to Andhra Pradesh, where the prestige battle is ever escalating. Now, in the latest, YSRCP Chief Vice Jagan Mohan Reddy has accused Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu of perpetrating atrocities, rigging and undermining democracy during the ZPTC elections in Purivendula and Vonti Mitta. In fact, the YSRCP is boycotting the Pulivendula constituency counting altogether, despite it being Jagan's bastion. Now, his party alleges irregularities, as we have shown you now. Staying with the story, now the AICC in charge for Andhra Pradesh, Manickam Tagore, as well on Wednesday has hit back at former Chief Minister and YSR Congress Party President YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. Now, this comes after he alleged that the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, is in fact in touch with Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu through a hotline. Now, the Congress MP said that the people of Andhra Pradesh know that Chandrababu Naidu, PM Modi, Union Minister Amit Shah, Jagan and Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan are in fact together. We get you the latest reactions.
So why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Andhra, which has got this huge percentage of difference that you just spoke about? Or why is it that Rahul Gandhi is not talking about Arvind Kejriwal, who lost in Delhi his own seat? Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra, nor does Rahul Gandhi's national spokesperson, Andhra in charge, this person Manickam Tagore, who is here, nor does he speak about Andhra. This man Manickam Tagore speaks negative about me or YSRCP rather than Chandrababu Naidu here. And Rahul Gandhi does not speak about Andhra. Why is that so? It's because Chandrababu Naidu is on a hotline with Rahul Gandhi. It's quite evident.
I saw Mr. Jagan's statement on the vote chori thing. Mr. Jagan must understand that the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji, he is not a person who is fighting for Congress alone. We are fighting for India's democracy. He has not surrendered to Mr. Shah. He is not afraid about Mr. Modi like the way Mr. Jagan does. We are fighting the battle against Shah and Modi to protect India's democratic rights. Mr. Jagan must have minimum courtesy to acknowledge and appreciate the work of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Frustrated Jagan Mohan Reddy, out of the fear of losing elections conducted yesterday in Pulivendula and Ontimetta, starts us blabbering all over again. He is trying to create a fake narrative, a futile attempt again by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy. Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy talks about, in his press meet today, talks about some hotline, talks about different things that are highly unbecoming of a political leader. Let me assure you, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, we, Telugu Desam Party and NDA government, we have a hotline with the people of Andhra Pradesh. Nobody else, none else.
My colleague Ashish joins me for more on this. Ashish, Reddy has questioned Gandhi's selective approach to addressing electoral issues. Now, particularly, he's questioned Rahul Gandhi's silence on the situation in Andhra Pradesh. What's the latest that you're picking up?
So, political war has escalated in Andhra Pradesh. Remember, earlier on Tuesday, it was a by-poll voting, and there, during that voting, YSR Congress Party, it has alleged that TDP, the ruling TDP, has manipulated voters and intimidated voters, and a lot of malpractices has been, in fact, inflicted during the voting process. Based on that allegation, on Wednesday, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, the YSR Congress Party chief, he held a press conference. During the press conference, he alleged that Rahul Gandhi is selective while choosing fight. While he is silent on Andhra Pradesh, he was silent on Delhi. Remember, in Delhi, it was Aam Aadmi Party who lost the election. The Congress and Aam Aadmi Party fought separately. Jagan Mohan Reddy mentioned about Arvind Kejriwal. Jagan Mohan Reddy questioned the silence of Rahul Gandhi on his selective fight. He also hinted and in fact alleged that Rahul Gandhi is silent toward Andhra Pradesh, and there is a tacit understanding between Rahul Gandhi, Chandrababu Naidu through Revanth Reddy, who is the Telangana Chief Minister. Remember, Revanth Reddy was previously in TDP and nurtured and groomed by Chandrababu Naidu. That's always been in political circle. Today he is in Congress and he is Chief Minister of Telangana. So, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy is alleging that there is a tacit understanding between Congress and TDP in Andhra Pradesh. And that's why Rahul Gandhi has not mentioned anything about Andhra Pradesh in his press conference while talking about the alleged vote chori allegation. Not only this, Jagan Mohan Reddy's party has boycotted the counting process of ZPTC by-polls. Today the counting has started at 8 a.m. but none from the YSR Congress party has attended the counting process which is being held in Kadapa, the district headquarters of Pulivendula and Ontimatta ZPTC. So clearly the YSR Congress party has boycotted counting process. They are targeting not only Chandrababu Naidu, they are targeting Rahul Gandhi. And what we are hearing from our sources, from YSRCP sources, that party will approach High Court seeking a fresh poll in Ontimatta and Pulivendula ZPTC area.
Now the bigger question of vote chori, we also heard Congress State President Manikam Tagore there, in fact, asking the YSRCP to join the Congress's vote chori campaign. What are you picking up on those lines?
When asked about YSRCP joining hand with Congress, clearly Judge Jagan Mohan Reddy has denied any kind of alliance with YSR Congress. Congress, he has clearly announced that in next election and further in elections, the party will contest alone and they will fight assembly election, Lok Sabha election, both alone, and that's what YS Jagan Mohan Reddy has clearly said.
Thank you so much for putting things in perspective there. Now we shift our focus to New Delhi, where rains are likely to dampen the Independence Day fervor here, as heavier showers are predicted over the long weekend. Meanwhile, heavy rain lashed parts of Delhi NCR this morning as well, with the India Meteorological Department, the IMD, issuing a red alert for the day. Meanwhile, severe waterlogging was also seen in some areas after rain swept over them, as you see on your screens right now. My colleague Ishika, meanwhile, joins us for the latest on this. Ishika, first of all, which area of Delhi are you in? Which areas of the national capital have been the worst hit? And what advisories, more importantly, have come out from the Met Department and the state government, if any? Meanwhile, for our viewers just joining in, we shift our focus to national capital, which has been inundated by heavy rains overnight. Now, there's also been waterlogging reported from multiple areas. Rain inundation is in national capital. Now, these rains are also predicted to keep up over the long weekend. We shift our focus to Maximum City, where Bollywood actor Shilpa Shetty Kundra, her businessman husband Raj Kundra, and an unidentified individual have been booked by the economic offences wing for allegedly defrauding a Mumbai-based businessman to the tune of 60.4 crore. That's right, over 60 crore. Now, reacting to this, Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra both have denied these cheating charges. Shilpa Shetty has, in fact, underlined that there is no criminality involved and this was an old transaction. This is what Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra are claiming right now, and she has gone ahead. Not only this, and she has also called the case completely baseless and malicious. Now remember, this deal is linked to their now defunct company called Best Deal Private Limited. According to Mumbai police, one businessman, Deepak Kothari, has in fact accused the couple of jointly cheating him of more than 60 crore rupees. He's alleged that the money given for business expansion was in fact used for personal expenses instead. My colleague Abira joins us for the more on this, but before that, for our viewers who are just joining in, Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra have denied cheating charges after a case was registered against them for cheating a businessman allegedly to the tune of over 60 crore rupees. Now, the duo has said there's no criminality involved. This is an old transaction. And going ahead, Shilpa Shetty has called the case baseless and malicious. I believe my colleague Abira is on with us from Maximum City, Mumbai. Abira, statement coming in, a scathing statement, in fact, coming in from Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra. What's the latest you're picking up here?
So it's a statement from the lawyer who is saying that there's no criminality involved and our auditors have submitted all the necessary supporting documents from time to time as requested by EOW, including detailed cash flow statement. They are saying that what the reports are coming out, that this businessman is coming out and blaming them for taking 60 crore rupees from him and then spending it on their personal expenses and not for expanding business are all false. And the lawyer says that Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra have said that these are false allegations put on them. This is what the report, the quote from the lawyer says for now, and we have to wait and watch what happens next, as the statement says that this is an absolute false allegations on them.
Thank you so much for putting the updates in perspective there. Now we shift our focus to Himachal, where the rain fury, a flash flood has hit the state after a cloudburst in Kinnaur, where 4 civilians have been stranded and 1 has been reported injured. At least 1 till now has been reported injured. Meanwhile, late-night rescue operations continued by the Indian Army amid the rain devastation across the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. Around over 300 roads were also shut across the state, where several bridges were also washed away in Shimla, Lahore, Spiti districts. This also included 2 national highways as well. They have been closed down following fresh incidents of cloudbursts and flash floods that are still coming in from the hill state. Meanwhile, in Shimla, police posts were swept away in floods in the Ganvi ravine, while a bus stand and adjoining shops were also damaged after torrential rain. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna joins us for more on this. Gurpreet, disturbing visuals coming in from across Himachal Pradesh there. Which districts are the worst hit, and what advisories have been issued by the state government?
Well, this time we have seen all over Himachal Pradesh, they are facing a very, very challenging situation, whether it's the Una district, whether it's Shimla, whether it's Rampur, Bushehr, or Kangra district, or Mandi, Kullu and other districts. They are facing a lot of a problem at this point of time, because we have seen last night and before that we have seen multiple cloudbursts had been taken place, had been reported from the various locations of Himachal Pradesh, and because of these cloudbursts we have seen there was a flash floods. But as of now, we have seen the state government had adopted one policy to save maximum human lives. They are prioritizing their operations so that they will be able to rescue the people there. If we can talk about Rampur, we have seen the 2 cloudbursts had been happened there, but because of that, the houses which are vulnerable, they had already given them ultimatum so that they should immediately vacate those houses. And what we have learned from the local or the state government, waterlogging has been taking place, whether it's the police post or houses of the people who were residing there. So as of now, we have seen the weather department is totally in touch with the district administration, and they have been giving advisory time to time so that the multiple precautions should be taken. What we have learned, the people who have been facing a lot of problem in some districts, we have seen the schools have not been shut down, and that is also challenging for the students. At the same time, we have seen the Met department, they had already given ultimatum to all the districts that there should be advisory, the people should not move around the rivers or other areas which are vulnerable, because the flash flood which has been happening because of cloudbursts, they have been damaging a lot of property. As of now, the rescue operation which are already underway, what we have learned, around 300 roads had been blocked because of a landslide which has been taken place in the various locations of Himachal Pradesh. That is a challenging situation for the state government to deal with at this point of time.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us the latest from Himachal, and of course we'll keep on following the latest developments coming from the hill state. But now we shift our focus to national capital, where there's a big breaking relating to Operation Sindoor's success, where we are picking up gallantry awards are likely for Operation Sindoor Bravehearts. Now, Operation Sindoor's success we are picking up will be celebrated at the Independence Day celebrations this year. Now, this also includes its logo on the view cutter at the Gyanpath, the themed floral decorations that are in fact put there every year. My colleague Vishnu Shom joins us for the latest on this. Vishnu, a welcome move by the Government of India, especially on this Independence Day. What more can you tell our viewers?
Well, the information is expected given the fact that India is celebrating Ob Sindoor along with our Independence Day celebrations. And twice a year, India gives out gallantry awards. This year, as you can imagine, Ob Sindoor is the big focus. Our striking win in the military action over Pakistan earlier this year. Our sources indicating to us that when the list of bravehearts comes out after the President's address at 7 p.m. this evening, they will feature the names of heroes who participated during Ob Sindoor. We should usually get a few details of the actions that these men and women were involved in. Typically, these awards themselves are presented during a festival, during a function at Rashtrapati Bhavan by the President. But we do expect the names of several who participated in Ob Sindoor to come out post 7 p.m. today when the President issues her address to the nation.
Vishnu, how important is this step that the government has taken, especially in light with the tensions and the PR that we've been having with Pakistan ever since the dastardly Pulwama Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians, and following the successful Operation Sindoor that was in fact launched by Indian forces?
Well, the gallantry awards for the Indian Armed Forces encompass the role of our armed forces in combat roles, in non-combat roles as well, in the fight against terrorism, in relief efforts or efforts to assist the civilian administration whenever there is a humanitarian crisis, like what the armed forces are doing now presently in Uttarakhand and in other parts of the country. Therefore, they honor the bravery of our soldiers at all levels. Obviously, Ob Sindoor is the big highlight this year. The fact that India struck very deep inside Pakistan, taking out terrorist bases, hitting Pakistani military installations, their radars, hangars at their air bases, their runways, etc. And it was a concerted effort from the Indian Air Force, the Indian Army and the Indian Navy at all levels to be at a high level of preparedness and to carry out the strikes when they were ordered, both offensive and defensive roles. And therefore, I fully expect the names of some of the brave hearts who were involved in these operations to be named in that list. The lists themselves come out twice a year, once before Republic Day and once before Independence Day. Today they will come out, or they will be released after the address of the President of India, her pre-Independence Day address. And then, these become public documents. They enter the Gazette of India. But the ceremony itself to honor these brave hearts usually takes place in Rashtrapati Bhavan on a couple of occasions every year.
Thank you so much for putting that development into perspective, Vishnu. A very important point, in fact, you raised there. Some of the names of these bravehearts might also be revealed. So all eyes on that. We shift gears, but we stick with the national capital, where hours after assuring a relook, in fact, now we stick with the national capital, where hours after assuring a relook at the two-judge bench order on moving all stray dogs in Delhi and the national capital region to shelter homes, the matter has now been referred to a larger bench, which is set to hear the case today itself. Now, this has been done on the directions of CJI Gavai. A three-judge bench of Justices Vikram Nath, Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria will take up the case later today. Now, the relocation had been ordered by a bench of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan on Monday. And the issue, in fact, was raised before the Chief Justice on Wednesday, that's yesterday. Now, in its order on Monday, the bench of Justices Pardiwala and Mahadevan took note of the rising incidents of dog bites and attacks. And they, in fact, said that all stray dogs in Delhi NCR must be rounded up and moved to shelters within a fixed time frame of 8 weeks. Now, the bench has also said that the dogs should be kept at shelters and must not be allowed to escape. The three-judge Supreme Court bench is to take up the stray dog issue later today.
Today, we are facing a crisis of conscience. The recent Supreme Court decision is like a door closing on the voiceless and defenseless of our society. I wish the safety and sanctity of life was at the heart of the judgment. I wish a more nuanced and calibrated approach had been taken towards the systemic flaws which are at the root of the so-called dog menace. In silencing those who cannot protect themselves, we risk losing something essential within ourselves. This need of expedience over sympathy has caused tremendous harm. I urge the government to take action against such a drastic step, and I hope and pray the Supreme Court will try and find a fine balance embedded in justice.
Day when the Supreme Court is going to be taking up the matter yet again. If you'd like to raise concerns, of course, there is a lot of division when it comes to some for, some against, but now we seem like the Supreme Court seems to be softening its stance, saying that, they want the best for everyone.
Firstly, thank you for having me on your show this morning. And I want to start off by saying that last night, I was at Lodhi Garden with thousands of innocent protesters who were protesting peacefully against the Supreme Court verdict. Now, I was there in my capacity as national spokesperson for the NCP-SP. I was there with peaceful protesters, and you saw the visuals, how so many protesters, including me, were manhandled. Just a few days ago, there was a gang rape in Delhi on Sunday. The reality is that this verdict has divided this city so much that today the Delhi police is busier taking care of protesters who are protesting peacefully in Lodhi Gardens than solving actual crimes in the city and raising their hands against innocent people, including politicians. If they can do this to me, if they can do this to the leader of opposition just a few days ago for vote chori, then what are they going to do to ordinary citizens of this country, right? It is no wonder then that the Chief Justice has taken account of this matter and sent this case to a larger bench, right? This case has gone up to a larger bench which will hear this case today. But the reality is the Supreme Court is fixing the mess created by Delhi's Chief Minister. We've said this yesterday. Yesterday, slogans were being raised. Rekha Gupta, hi, hi. Rekha Gupta, istifa do. This is Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's plan, plain and simple. The MCD is acting on her instructions. The plan presented to the Supreme Court was through the MCD via Rekha Gupta. So the Chief Minister of Delhi must intervene here. The Supreme Court will ask for her opinion. She must publicly state that she disagrees with the proposal that is neither logical nor logistical.
My colleague Nupur joins me for more on this. Nupur, different people, different perspectives, but in the middle of this, first of all, what can we expect from the Supreme Court hearing due today? And where is the Animal Control Board of India in the middle of all of this? We've got political parties, we've got the judiciary, we've got animal lovers, but the Animal Control Board seems to be missing. What's happening on that front?
Well, first of all, the hearing is due to begin at 10:30 in the Supreme Court by the three-judge special bench that has been constituted to look into the matter of stray dogs and especially the recent order passed by Justice J.B. Pardiwala's bench directing that all dogs should be shifted to shelter homes. Now, in a very big development, senior advocate Kapil Sibal is there in the Supreme Court today to defend the case for dogs. He is here to argue from the sides of petitioner. Now, all these petitioners include all representatives, including NGOs as well as Animal Welfare Board people. It's not, yes, in fact, it is the case of people from the animal welfare side that the Supreme Court bench that had ordered relocation of all the dogs from the city has not heard them. That's the main contention they have raised, that without hearing their intervening applications, the Supreme Court had passed the verdict, which they say is against the existing laws and rules of that is the ABC rules that are there to govern the stray dogs and regulate their sterilization and vaccination. So it will be important to see that what the Supreme Court says on these petitions that are filed in the top court now seeking an interim stay on the Supreme Court order which has directed a mass relocation of dogs across the city. Remember, this had triggered High Court orders from across the country also. Now a petition challenging Rajasthan High Court order also has been filed in the Supreme Court. Rajasthan High Court had directed that all the dogs, after the Supreme Court order, it has also directed on the similar lines that all the dogs from the city should be, from across the state should be relocated to some shelter homes. So taking into note the ripple effect, it will be important to see what the Supreme Court is going to do today in the matter of stray dogs.
Well, stay with me here, Nupur. A very important point you raised there, that the Rajasthan court verdict has, of course, also been challenged in the Supreme Court. Now, for perspective there, Rajasthan High Court had passed this direction soon after the Supreme Court on Monday, after it took suo moto cognizance of the plea, wherein the court said that, it clarified that anyone who comes in the way of municipal bodies removing stray animals from roads, colonies, or even public paths will face action. And it had also directed the authorities to remove the strays starting or on the 11th of August. So what more can you tell us on this, and how likely is that this Rajasthan High Court order will not stand after the Supreme Court hearing?
Well, first of all, today the Supreme Court will hear the Delhi matter, and we will watch out if the Rajasthan plea is mentioned before the same bench, because already the petition has been filed just now today. So it might not be listed as of now in front of the bench, but it could be mentioned also by the advocate representing the petitioners from Rajasthan. So if at all the Supreme Court decides to give and grant an interim stay or set aside this entire order of the Justice Pardiwala's bench, which has directed mass relocation of dogs, then none of such orders across the country passed by any High Court will stand.
Exactly. Very important point you raised there. And in the words of our ex-CJI, what's gravy for the goose must also be gravy for the gander. Thank you so much for getting us the latest updates on this. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Uttar Pradesh, where SP MLA Pooja Pal has in fact praised Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. And she said Uttar Pradesh in fact looks at Yogi with trust. And why she said that? She said that because mafias like Atiq Ahmed have been eradicated. This is what the SP MLA is saying. And she is in fact thanked the Yogi Adityanath government for justice. This is in relation, she makes this comment in relation to the extermination, to the killing of gangster turned politician Atiq Ahmed, who was in fact accused in a murder case. He also murdered SP MLA's husband. Now, this remark comes amid the SP BJP face-off that is currently ongoing in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. Meanwhile, we are joined by a colleague for more on this. What's the latest you're picking up, and where is this going? But before that, let's see what this MLA had to say. Listen in.
माननीय सदस्य, ये बात किसी से छिपी नहीं है। पूरा सदन जानता है कि उनकी हत्या कैसे हुई थी और किन लोगों ने की थी। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को, जिन्होंने मेरे छुपे हुए उन आंसुओं को देखने का काम किया जो वर्षों में किसी ने देखने का काम नहीं किया। मेरा दुख, मेरा तकलीफ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने देखने का काम किया और सही मायने में मुझे न्याय दिलाने का और देने का काम किया। माननीय अधिष्ठाता महोदय जी, मुझ जैसे पता नहीं कितने प्रयागराज में पीड़ित परिवार को माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ऐसे अपराधियों को दंड दे करके उनको न्याय दिलाने का काम किया है। और कल शायद मेरी प्रयागराज की जनता मुझे सुनेगी तो वो लोग भी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देने का काम करेंगे पुनः दोबारा। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मेरे जैसे पता नहीं कितने महिलाओं की सिंदूर को मिटाया गया, पता नहीं कितने माताओं की गोदी सूनी कर दी गई। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूं ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री जी का, जिन्होंने जीरो टॉलरेंस ला करके, पॉलिसी को ला करके, अपना करके अपराध और माफिया अतीक अहमद जैसे अपराधियों को मट्टी में मिलाने का काम।
My colleague Ranveer joins us for more on this. Ranveer, it's not every day that you get to see a Samajwadi Party MLA praising Yogi Adityanath and his government, in between the heated jibes that are being exchanged in the UP Assembly. What more can you tell us about Yogi Adityanath's zero tolerance policy and how successful has it been in Uttar Pradesh?
Pooja Pal is a rebel MLA of Samajwadi Party, and she is going against the party line since long. So tonight, when the marathon discussion over Vision Document 2047 was going on, Pooja Pal stood and said that Yogi Adityanath is the man who gave her justice, because everyone knows that who killed her husband Raju Pal in 2005 when Raju Pal defeated Atiq Ahmed's brother Arshad in an assembly election. So she said that she was seeking justice since long, but no one gave her justice, and only Yogi Adityanath, he gave her justice by eradicating Atiq Ahmed and his aides. So Pooja Pal, though she is a rebel MLA, but despite being a rebel MLA, she is technically Samajwadi Party's MLA, and she is praising Yogi Adityanath in the assembly, in the house. So this is obviously politically very embarrassing for the Samajwadi Party, and obviously Yogi Adityanath government has been praised by Pooja Pal. So she said that not only Pooja Pal but a lot of women got justice because of zero tolerance policy of Yogi Adityanath government. So this is going to be a political line in Uttar Pradesh politics ahead, because UP will witness assembly election in 2027 and the preparations are going on. And Pooja Pal, along with other rebel MLAs of Samajwadi Party, they are continuously taking line against the party, and they are obviously praising the Yogi Adityanath government.
Right. Thank you so much for putting this development in perspective there, Ranveer. Now, with that, it's time we slip into a short break. Much more on the other side. Red alert issued, several areas waterlogged. Delhi NCR wakes up to heavy rain. Several bridges washed away in Shimla and Lahore Spiti districts, with over 300 roads, including 2 national highways, closed following heavy rain fury in hill state, Himachal Pradesh. 3-judge bench comprising Justices Vikram Nath, Sandeep Mehta and N.V. Anjaria begin hearing Delhi stray dog menace case. And the wait is finally over. Rajinikanth's 171st blockbuster Coolie has arrived. Marks 50 glorious years of superstar Rajni.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
ऐ मेरे हम सफर एक जरा इंतजार, सुन सदाएं दे रही है मंजिल प्यार की। जय जवान, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio.
Getting a big breaking news straight from national capital New Delhi, where the Supreme Court has cancelled actor Darshan's bail, and this comes as a huge blow to the South. Acton, for our viewers are joining in, the Supreme Court has cancelled Southern actor Darshan's bail plea. That's correct. That's the latest we are picking up, breaking from the national capital, that the Supreme Court of India has cancelled actor Darshan's plea. And this case was being heard today after a lot of protest, in fact, coming in after that bail was in fact granted to Darshan and Pavitra Gowda and others in connection with the Renuka Swamy murder case in Chitradurga. Just to remind our viewers, a division bench of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Mahadevan have been, have in fact passed this order which has cancelled actor Darshan's bail. This is in connection with the Renuka Swamy murder case in Chitradurga. Latest breaking news coming in from New Delhi. The Supreme Court has in fact cancelled actor Darshan's bail that was granted earlier. This is the latest we are picking up from New Delhi. This comes as a massive blow to actor Darshan. And mind you, this step is being taken after a lot of furor that actually broke out after actor Darshan went abroad subsequently after he was granted bail in this murder case. Now, earlier, during the hearing earlier, Justice Pardiwala had also told the actor's advocate that do you not think that the High Court has dictated an order of acquittal, acquitting all 7, and there were ways of assigning ways and reasons. That's what the Supreme Court held. Meanwhile, we're joined by Shiv Arur for more on this. Shiv, a massive decision coming in from the Supreme Court. Actor Darshan's bail has been cancelled. What's the latest you're picking up, and what more can you tell us about this breaking development?
This is a massive setback to Kannada actor Darshan, who has been using his VIP privilege to get bail from the Karnataka High Court, which was a ridiculous order in the beginning. It had sent shockwaves right across Karnataka because he was in jail. He was in jail and under trial for murder of Renuka Charya, who was a fan who had sent some text messages, remember, to his partner. In this particular case, and in the pictures you can see on your screen, Darshan had emphasized that he has complete access to people of privilege and power, and therefore he was completely chilling out also while he was inside jail. The Supreme Court has now set aside the High Court order, which had granted him bail, conditional bail, which had literally allowed him to even travel abroad. He had gone to Thailand and other countries apparently for his shoots. Even while on bail, as a murder under trial, he was on bail and he was shooting his films abroad, holding events, etc., even though he was ducking the media. But this is a huge blow from the Supreme Court, not only for Darshan and his legion of fans who have mainstreamed and justified his violence and his criminality, alleged criminality, but also it's a huge setback to the High Court and the High Court bench that gave this this absolutely shameful order a few months ago, that also stands completely in question. Now, this is, of course, how the judiciary works. You've got the trial courts, you've got the high courts, then you've got the Supreme Court. This is how the appeal system works. But the Supreme Court, using extraordinary jurisdiction to set aside the High Court granting of bail to Darshan a few days after making very adverse comments about the High Court bail, is a very, very big setback for Darshan as well as the High Court.
Right. My colleague Nupur also joins me for more on this. Nupur, Ashraf was saying this judgment conveys a very strong message, in fact, that whoever you might be, you're not over and above the law. What more can you tell us?
Well, yes, in fact, this judgment is penned by Justice R. Mahadevan, and sitting beside him was Justice J.B. Pardiwala, who praised him and called this a landmark judgment. And Justice J.B. Pardiwala further warned the Karnataka police that if they found that actor Darshan or any other accused was being given any 5-star treatment in the jail, the top court will take strictest of note of this and will make sure action is taken. The Supreme Court has today not only cancelled the bail granted to the accused in the Renuka murder case, but has also said that bail, it cannot be so that if they go back to jail, they are given any 5-star treatment. So this is in fact a very big development from the Supreme Court.
Right, my colleague Deepak Bopanna is also joining me. Deepak, what will be the fallout of this verdict coming in, this pivotal verdict coming in from the Supreme Court, and will this also act as a precedent in the future?
Well, this is a massive blow to the actor. He was out on interim bail initially on medical grounds and then, of course, got regular bail. Now the Supreme Court has decided to cancel it, and not just cancel it in any regular manner. A few days ago, some very strong observations that were made. The Supreme Court was of the opinion that the way the bail was granted was as if, they're acquitting him of the crime, and even had questioned whether similar, treatment would be given to anybody else. The Supreme Court here has also said that if there is any sort of 5-star treatment that is given, then the Supreme Court itself will take serious cognizance of the same. So a very, very strong verdict, a strong message to whoever they may be, high or mighty, powerful, famous, popular, you are not going to get away. And here for the family of Renuka Swami, they will of course be elated, because they have been saying that, it is a big struggle to fight against those who are high and mighty. There were contentions that were made by the state government, even in the High Court, that he is a person who could influence the case, influence the witnesses. Him being out on bail does not serve any purpose. He is accused number 2. Pavitra Gowda is accused number 1 in this case. It all began because there were certain messages allegedly sent to Pavitra Gowda by Renuka Swami, because of which he was kidnapped from Chitradurga, brought to Bengaluru, brutally assaulted in such a manner that he had so many injuries all across his body. If that was not enough, the inhumane way with which they dumped his body by a sewage canal, and then, dogs bit into his body. It was so brutal. His privates were attacked. And then, photos were taken while he was pleading and begging for mercy. And finally, today, of course, it seems like once again law has caught up on actor Darshan. He'll have to make his way back into the Parapana Agrara prison, whether he will be lodged there or whether he'll be sent to any other prison, because last time around, this is also very important to note, he's staying at the Parapana Agrara prison. There, he's sitting with a bunch of people on a chair as if he's enjoying himself in a park, seated with a cup of coffee in his hand. Now, after that, of course, there was an investigation launched into what happened in that jail. He was shifted to another jail. And this time, where will he be stationed? That's something that's going to be important. We are yet to get the complete order, which will, of course, specify how many days it will take for him to get back into prison. So, but definitely a very massive development. The actor will have to go back into prison.
Thank you so much for getting us the latest. And with that, it's time we slip into a short break, but news continues on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? When did you realize it? It's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
The first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment,
Absolutely.
for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, this is getting too out of hand. And then in the night we got the number.
Begin this bulletin with breaking news coming from the national capital, New Delhi, where the Supreme Court has cancelled the bail granted to Kannada actors Darshan and Pavitra Gowda and 5 others by the Karnataka High Court in the Renuka Swamy murder case. A bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan pronounced the order on an appeal filed by the Karnataka government, in fact, against the High Court order. The order is set aside and the bail granted to the accused is also set aside, the court ordered. Now, it has denounced the previous order. The court has in fact also warned against providing special treatment to the accused in jail. Accusations and in fact videos of the same, which we had in fact surfaced earlier from Karnataka's Parapanna Agrahara prison, where we saw actor Darshan sitting outside having a lavish time. And in fact, when the Karnataka High Court granted him bail, what did this actor do? Where he went on a foreign trip. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us for more on this. But before that, for our viewers who are just joining in, there's a massive development coming in from national capital New Delhi, where the Supreme Court has in fact cancelled the bail granted to Kannada actors Darshan and Pavitra Gowda, apart from 5 others by the Karnataka High Court in the Renuka Swamy murder case. In fact, a bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan pronounced the order on an appeal filed by the Karnataka government against the High Court order. This is what the justices said. They said the order is set aside and the bail granted to the accused is also set aside. Not only this, the court has also warned against providing special treatment to the actors inside the jail. It has cleared that no 5-star treatment must be provided to the accused in the jail, and that no one is in fact above the law. My colleague Veera Raghav joins us for more on this. Veera, massive development coming in from New Delhi. What will be the fallout of this?
Well, hello.
Go ahead. I seem to have hit a technical snag there. But there's a massive development coming in from the national capital, where the Supreme Court has in fact cancelled the bail granted to actor Darshan and and it has dealt a devastating blow to the actor, saying no 5-star treatment must be given to the actor when he goes back to the Parapanna Agrahara prison in Karnataka. And it has also said that no one and absolutely no one is above the law. Meanwhile, we're getting a reaction from the Congress party. It has said that the Karnataka Congress, the KPCC, in fact, maintains that it is committed to justice. And it's also added that it will, in fact, ensure no VIP treatment is meted out to Darshan. My colleague Veera Raghav joins us for more on this. Veera, massive development coming in from the national capital, and the KPCC reply as well, where the state government is saying that we will ensure no VIP treatment takes place this time over. What's the latest you can tell us?
Well, obviously, everyone will make the right noise. The Supreme Court's observations earlier in the case sort of built up to the fact that bail will be cancelled. There were serious questions raised over the reasoning and the order of the Karnataka High Court in granting bail to Darshan, and the fact that he could travel abroad, that a person with that kind of influence who was known, Ankit, let's not forget, for flouting norms inside the jail, was granted bail. He was granted bail, remember, at the start on medical grounds for a surgery, for a back surgery. There is no clarity on what kind of medical procedure he went through. Then the medical bail became regular bail. So it was considered and seen by several activists and those who've been following this case very closely as a mockery of a system. His fans were obviously jubilating the fact that he was out on bail and even sending out threats to several people who questioned the bail order to him and had appreciated the Supreme Court observations in the case. So this was expected in more ways than one, that the bail would be cancelled given the kind of observations that came from the from the Supreme Court. It will be very interesting to watch how this plays out in terms of trial and what kind of action what kind of treatment and action Darshan faces now, Ankit.
Darshan, Veera, what did the Supreme Court exactly mean when it suggested that the High Court acted as if it was granting an acquittal while giving bail to Darshan?
The Supreme Court had gone into the reasoning of the High Court order and had gone into portions of the High Court order as well and questioned how the High Court went ahead and issued a bail order in this case. That was the sharp criticism of the Apex Court as far as the High Court order was concerned. But observations are observations. At the end of the day, one was waiting for the bail order, given that, let's not forget that it's been a while since those observations were made. And with those kind of stern observations, there were those who questioned, saying that till a bail or till an order from the Apex Court came in, those observations were merely just observations. There was no action on that that was there. So finally now you have the Apex Court's order.
I'm also joined by my colleague Deepak Bopanna reporting on this. Deepak, why did the Supreme Court label the Karnataka High Court's bail decision for the actor as a perverse exercise of discretion? And will there also be any authoritative changes made to the Parapanna Agrahara administration, as we've seen, numerous allegations, not only in the Darshan case, but in other high-profile cases across Karnataka as well, coming in from the prison?
Well, the last time he was in Parapanna Agrahara, we saw, a huge controversy break out as he was seated there next to certain people who were housed in the prison, getting that VIP treatment. Again, the VIP treatment at Parapanna Agrahara was out there for everyone to see. We've seen that in the past with the case of Sasikala, who was lodged there, and, other people as well, and even the use of mobile phones, people making reels from inside prison, access to drugs and other narcotic substances inside the prison. An investigation was launched. He was, of course, moved out. But right now, the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of that as well. If any 5-star treatment is given to actor Darshan when he is going back to prison, this is something that they'll take note of very seriously. I just had a word with a Congress legislator who says they will ensure this time there is no VIP treatment that is given. And more importantly, what a big setback to the actor. And while, of course, his fans are also facing the heat because they have been trolling, abusing, issuing death threats and sending obscene messages to other actors who are, speaking for the family of Renuka Swamy. Here you have a case where the police are getting hold of actors, fans as well. Now the actor goes back to prison. Now is this the kind of actor that people should go gaga over is also another question, because here the Supreme Court is very clear in its verdict that here is a case where the High Court, of course, was not right in granting bail. They are saying that any 5-star treatment that is given to the actor, the Supreme Court itself will take serious note of. So right now his jail time once again begins. Does he have an option? Yes, he has his legal recourse to challenge this in the Supreme Court itself. But for now at least, he goes back to prison. And more importantly, for the family of Renuka Swami, this will come as a massive, massive relief.
Deepak, a very, very important point of this entire case has in fact been public perception. So how will the Supreme Court decision, the latest decision, impact the public perception and also to some limit the media coverage that we've been seeing in this case?
Well, it's very important because more often than not, you have the common folk who believe that if you're high and mighty, you can get away with, anything, even, with a crime as serious as a murder. And while he was granted bail, for people like me and you or anyone watching the show, many of them will say, well, it was bound to happen. How often does a common man who, even gets arrested for a small petty crime, how difficult is it for him to get bail? How difficult for him is to wait through the judicial process, through the criminal process? But when you're high and mighty or a prominent personality who has a lot of money, things seem to be falling in place and in your favor all the time. And this is something that as Indians we've gotten used to. The Supreme Court, of course, here putting out things very clear that whoever you are, it doesn't matter. And even telling the High Court that you'll have to be very careful. It's a message that has been sent out to each and every judge out there, each and every law enforcement official out there, that you cannot get away. If you think that you're going to back a person who is high and mighty, who is powerful and prominent, we are watching. That seems to be the message that's coming from the top court in the country. And
important point you've raised there, Deepak. Stay with me. I'll take this over to Nupur,
fighting against the high and mighty.
Who also joins us for more on this. Nupur, Deepak's raised a very important point here. Now, how might this ruling affect future high-profile, jurisprudence and high-profile cases when it comes to seeking bail or giving out bail?
In fact, this judgment is penned by Justice R. Mahadevan, and sitting beside him was Justice J.B. Pardiwala, who praised him and called this a landmark judgment. And Justice J.B. Pardiwala further warned the Karnataka police that if they found that actor Darshan or any other accused was being given any 5-star treatment in the jail, the top court will take strictest of note of this and will make sure action is taken. The Supreme Court has today not only cancelled the bail granted to the accused in the Renuka Swami murder case, but has also said that bail, it cannot be so that if they go back to jail, they are given any 5-star treatment. So this is in fact a very big development from the Supreme Court.
And to stay with us, we've also got Supreme Court advocate Deepak Sankla, in fact, joining us. Mr. Sankla, what were the key legal flaws that the Supreme Court, in fact, found in the Karnataka High Court's bail order that was earlier issued for actor Darshan?
Well, Kapil Sankla here. You see, the Honorable Supreme Court used its extraordinary powers under Article 136, saying that there has been a gross miscarriage of justice. And the gross miscarriage of justice, as per Supreme Court, were laid down on various pillars. The most important pillar being that the gentleman was misusing his custody time by using his position, his power, etc., and was actually enjoying luxuries which are not or cannot be provided in the jail. So, the Honorable Supreme Court, and I'm paraphrasing here, has stated what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're punished for a certain offense, you will be given the same perks and the same punishment as the common man. The second part of this was that the Honorable Supreme Court took cognizance of the fact that the High Court failed to appreciate that the interim bail granted to the actor on medical ground was being misused by him, and that he was shown on various events for, he had gone to Thailand or some other foreign countries, that he had gone for, movie, etc., etc. And all of that weighed very, very heavily on the Honorable Supreme Court while it granted this. Finally, the High Court had erred in making a prima facie view in favor of the accused. Now, it is true that the law as it stands today is bail, not jail. Having said that, a prima facie view cannot actually be such that it encroaches upon the finality of the order, finality of the judgment or the trial. The court cannot make up its mind only on a prima facie view while granting bail. So all of these were very strong points that the Honorable Supreme Court saw, took cognizance of, and it is definitely a landmark judgment because in future, there would be a lot of careful analysis by the courts below while granting bail, especially to people with the kind of power or the money to buy protection inside and outside the jail.
Thank you so much for putting the developments in perspective there, Advocate Sankla. Meanwhile, more with my colleague Divyana.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Now, this is in regard to the Supreme Court taking up the street dog case yet again. Do remember on Monday that judgment that came about by the Supreme Court to remove the street dogs from the National Capital Region and put them away in shelter homes. So many questions are being raised by those concerned about the dog population here in the National Capital Region. And of course, people here are divided on that judgment. It was the Chief Justice of India that has brought up this case. So this was after assuring that relook at the two-judge bench over moving our stray dogs out of the national capital, the heart of the city, and removing them to shelter homes. The matter has now been referred to a larger bench, which is all set to hear the case today. This is on the directions of the Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, that three-judge bench that is going to be headed by Justice Vikram Nath is taking up the case. The relocation has been an order that came about on Monday. The issue was raised before the Chief Justice of India, and this is, many people have written to the Chief Justice of India, including actor John Abraham, and now a relook of that decision. Nupur, my colleague, joining us in order to get us more on this. Nupur, of course, there has been a lot of protests in this regard. Protests were held here in the national capital. People were detained as well. Many animal rights activists, many animal lovers, and the common man, literally fighting for the voiceless. So is the opposition here. We're talking about Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, all coming out in defense of the voiceless and saying, animals such as dogs need compassion, they need care, and they are really, also Delhiites. They are Delhiites, as John Abraham, the actor, has put it. What can we expect in court today?
Well, the court has in fact reserved hearing the case today. It has reserved orders for interim orders. That is main issue that was raised was the direction that has been issued by Supreme Court bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala, directing that all dogs should be rehabilitated into the shelter homes and should be rounded up from across the city. Now, the main ask is for a stay on that order. Also, it is important to know that the bench headed by three-judge bench headed by Justice Vikram Nath today criticized the MCD and local authorities for their inaction over the years for not implementing the ABC rules and said that they were responsible for such a huge problem that is facing the city today. The population has increased. It has grilled the Delhi authorities for its inaction and has said that it will hold them responsible for what is in front of them today. Secondly, they have also said, they have also asked that how come the authorities are rounding up dogs, the Delhi authorities are rounding up dogs when the order was just released yesterday night. So these were also important questions that were raised by the Supreme Court today, that how are Delhi authorities picking up stray dogs from across the city when the order was not even released. So these were some important questions. The order remains reserved for now. It will be important to see that when and how the Supreme Court's order comes out and what the top court says after that.
Right. All eyes on the Supreme Court taking up that case. And of course, take us to the challenges that have been voiced, the concerns that have been voiced, particularly in regard to the kind of money that's required in order to relocate these dogs, to feed these dogs, to sterilize these dogs, and, the kind of manpower that will be needed to do so.
These were the questions and the issues pointed out in front of the top court today, that this order they said was not only impractical but also unscientific. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, along with a battery of senior advocates like Gopal Sankrana and senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhi, represented from the side of dog lovers and people who were against, in fact, the Supreme Court order of directing relocation of all dogs. They said that it is not practically possible. We don't have shelter homes in the first place to be shifting these dogs. Even senior advocate Kapil Sibal raised this question that they don't even have shelter homes, and where are they taking the dogs after rounding them up? And he also raised apprehension about killing of dogs by the Delhi authorities. So these are very important apprehensions that were raised today in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court also expressed concern about the same. Now, coming to the challenges, they also said that practically, how is it possible that you will accommodate lakhs of, you will have to, first of all, accommodate lakhs of dogs, street dogs into shelter homes, then you will have to provide food for them every day, medicine for them every day, which will in fact cost a lot of money to taxpayers. So they raised some really practical questions about the Supreme Court order and why it was problematic and how it was practical when it came to implementation. So it will be important to see that what the Supreme Court now directs in its order which it has reserved for now.
Of course, so those are the challenges, and of course, calling this move completely impractical, not really, thought very clearly and not thought through. But of course, they are, citizens of the National Capital Region, and not just here, but across the country, that are also, for this decision that was earlier on taken by the Supreme Court.
Well, yes, Divya, this is in fact a very big issue. This has turned out to be a big issue, as now high courts have also gone on to issue similar directions as issued by the Supreme Court on the same lines, and directing relocating of stray dogs from across the city, across the country. We have seen Rajasthan High Court has done it, and even there were talks of relocating dogs in Tamil Nadu. So there is important challenges that are there, and it will be important to see that what unfolds when the Supreme Court finally passes this order that it has reserved today, because it will have a ripple effect on the country.
This will have a ripple effect, and how practical is this decision in terms of the logistics? And the shelter homes are not even there in place to begin with. You need to come up with these shelter homes. We're talking about 3 lakh street dogs in the NCR region, for which at least 3,000 shelter homes are required. That is what Maneka Gandhi has gone on to say.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you have to relocate, even previously what the existing shelter homes, how they are made, they are accustomed to dogs who come on temporary basis. That is, dogs come there for treatment and then they are relocated from there where they were picked originally. But now they are not existing. Even the existing shelter homes are not equipped to hold dogs for forever. Like the Supreme Court judgment, which was passed by a bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala, in fact said that there should be a CCTV camera outside a shelter home to make sure that dogs don't move out. But how is that possible? There is no strength in those shelter homes, existing ones, and to come up with more shelter homes across the city, not just in one place. Also, it was also pointed out that having so many dogs together can also be a health hazard. It can lead to a health hazard for humans as well, that when so many dogs will be present in one corner of the city, and it can in fact lead to spread of certain diseases.
Right, of course, in question of, putting so many dogs together in one place is going to be an issue to begin with. But also, the Supreme Court had gone on to say that you can't adopt these street dogs. That was the directive that was given on Monday. But now all that has changed. Yesterday, from what we're hearing is that, now the officials are urging that Delhi had start to adopt these street dogs.
Yes, of course. In fact, the same order passed by the bench of Justice J.B. Partiwala has had in the first place, while he was pronouncing, he had said that it cannot be that your stray dogs becomes your pet dog overnight. So he had said that he is not going to allow people to impromptu say that they are adopting stray dogs, and then go on to re-release them after the drive is over on the streets. But now, in the written order that was released yesterday night, he has said that on the apprehensions raised by the dog lovers and welfare activists, the Supreme Court urges Delhi residents to come forward and start adopting stray dogs, and if they can, they should provide them a home.
Right. Nupur, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Let's just also cut across to animal activist Ambika Shukla, who is joining us. Ma'am, thank you for speaking with us here on NDTV. Of course, the Supreme Court is now going to be reconsidering that decision that was taken on Monday. What are you expecting from this case that's now coming up in the Supreme Court all over again in a matter of 3 days?
I think it is a very excellent reflection on our apex judiciary, that they should understand themselves when a mistake has been made. And the original order was a mistake. It was an unconsidered, unreasoned, imbalanced order that doesn't solve any problem. If you look at the statistics, you look at the scientific research, and you look at the past experience, everybody knows that pounds don't work. We have come from there. We have come from culling. Why would we go back all the way instead of staying with improving and supporting a WHO program like the ABC? That is where the solution lies, and it needs the involvement of the animal community. You cannot solve an animal problem without involving the animal community. It is like trying to solve a medical problem without involving doctors. So we have to understand that decisions must be taken based on information, research, deliberation, discussion, and the objective of public safety and public good needs to be properly understood and properly addressed. We cannot have solutions plucked out of thin air and delivered arbitrarily and expect it to be followed. It is an impractical,
right, ma'am,
unviable solution.
The courts are now saying this is for the welfare of people and animals both. This isn't personal. What do you feel is the middle ground that can be reached here?
It always had to be. Animal welfare and human welfare are complementary concerns, not competitive. Whenever you help an animal, you help a human. So, this is an artificially created debate where either animals or humans. It is not like that. It is together. When a society progresses, when a country progresses, all citizens, whether two-legged or four, are benefited. And when we exclude the weakest links, the animals, the elderly, the
Ma'am, how
handicapped.
can we reach that middle ground? Your suggestions?
The middle ground is very easy to reach. You talk to the domain experts. The animal people will themselves provide you solutions so that animals and people can coexist in harmony. If you do not talk to people who understand animals and animal behavior and can understand what is causing the bites and how to prevent them, then you are ignoring a crucial asset. So let us look at solutions, real solutions on ground, practical solutions that can be enforced, and we will arrive at a very, very harmonious and satisfactory solution.
Right. Ambika Shukla, thank you for joining us here on NDTV. And of course, a very crucial day here with the Supreme Court taking up the matter all over again in a matter of 3 days' time. And to know more on this, we have Tushar Gupta, political analyst, also joining us. Thank you for speaking with us here on NDTV. If you could break it down for us in terms of, something that came up in court, a very, harsh decision, as some would put it, was taken in regard to the dog population in the NCR region. Many other states, whether it's Tamil Nadu and others, also wanting to follow suit. But here we have the Supreme Court, with the Chief Justice of India stepping in, weighing in on that decision of the, Supreme Court, and now making that Supreme Court reconsider its decision that was taken within 3 days. What are the options in regard to, we were just discussing with Ambika Shukla of the middle ground that can be perhaps reached in this regard?
I'll tell you what happens as a resident of Delhi, as living in one of the localities in Northwest Delhi. Often there are stray dogs. Often people complain about them. The MCD officials land up in the locality to sort of address the issue. And then there are some people, a vocal minority, that sort of triumphs the silent majority, as it was pointed out in the court. Unless the state intervenes, you cannot expect people on the ground to solve this issue in harmony. It just cannot happen. I witness it every single day living in Delhi. Number two, look, you have the Supreme Court on one side, the government of India, even the lawyer representing the MCD clearly stated that whatever all orders come from the court, we are ready to follow it. And on the other side, you have a lobby that is representing the stray dogs, represented by the top lawyers of this country. I think the Supreme Court needs to sort of double down on its decision. The stray dog menace needs to be addressed. It's very nice to say that we need to understand the dogs, we need to sort of address the issues they might have. But at the end of the day, no one is really being held accountable or responsible for the 37 lakh dog bites that occur every year. No one is responsible. Fine, you can sterilize them as much as you want. You can address the rabies issue. That part is taken care of. But I'll suggest you think about the delivery partners. Every night, around midnight, they get chased by stray dogs when they have to just deliver a simple food or a grocery order. Is that fair to them? We, from our cars, from our apartments...
in fact, he died because he went out for a walk at night. He couldn't sleep. He was finding it difficult to sleep. At 12 o'clock, he decided to walk outside his house. He was attacked and that led to his death. So there have been multiple such incidents that have come to light. But at the same time, as animal lovers and animal activists are saying that this is something which is impractical as a decision because this requires a lot of money, a lot of time and a lot of infrastructure which is missing at the moment. And this cannot be arrived at in that, deadline of that 8 weeks window that's been given.
Look, that is where I give them the benefit of doubt. That is where one can agree with them that you say that you can just shelter 1 million dogs in less than 8 weeks. That can't really happen. So as a sincere effort, can the MCD start at high population density areas first? Can we look at the hospitals in Delhi and sort of try to understand where are the maximum number of dog bite cases being reported? Can we sort of map Delhi in a way that it's easy for the MCD to start at least somewhere? If we say that, we cannot shelter 1 million dogs ever, we won't be able to shelter them ever. We won't be able to fix the problem ever. So let's start somewhere, perhaps small, but the Supreme Court and the MCD can be a little realistic in how they want to solve this problem. That is where I agree with the animal activists, but it doesn't mean we stop it altogether. Let's start with certain areas. Let's map it out as per the cases reported, as per the population density, even the stray dog population density. There will be some commercial areas, there will be some residential areas. Can the residential areas be prioritized first? These things can be worked out. It's not impossible. But yes, the practicality of the solution is up for contention.
Right. Thank you so much, Tushar Gupta, for speaking with us here on NDTV. My colleague Ishika Verma also joining us. Ishika, a clear divide from Ambika, they're speaking on, on behalf of that animal population there, the dog population in the NCR region. Then we have, someone opposing that, talking about the issues at hand. Ishika, take us through, this is a very important, a very crucial day because that judgment that came about is, coming up in court all over again. Take us through what time is this coming in court and the divide that you're seeing. You've been speaking to people, from various walks of life, pro and against this order. Take us through the details.
Well, in fact, Divya, as you very rightly mentioned, today a very crucial hearing was taking place at the Supreme Court regarding the stray dogs issue. And currently, if we talk about, the Supreme Court has reserved the order on the stray dogs, but during the entire hearing, it has come down heavily on the Delhi civic bodies, which in fact includes the MCD, under which in fact, all of these stray dogs redressal comes under them. So here in fact, what was argued in the court by the advocate Kapil Sibal was that why has, the civic bodies like the municipal corporation, they have not been complying with the ABC rules, and he has questioned that what all steps in fact have been taken by the MCD for the redressal of these issue. In fact, if we talk about the sterilization and in fact, complying with the ABC rules here. Now, another argument that we heard from, the Solicitor General, Tushar Mehta, though he cleared that it was his own personal view, he said that children are very scared to go out in the parks. And, this menace, if we talk about, is what he said, whenever there are dogs, be it the children, be it the elderly, at all public places, people are afraid to go out because the number of dog bite cases have increased. He has also gone on to say that sterilization, itself cannot cure rabies. So that is also a big point that was raised in the court. So currently, if we talk about, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the civic bodies. Remember that the civic bodies had in fact made a subcommittee whose responsibility was to make shelter.
Well, very valid points being raised, of course, by people, and that divide that seems to be, getting only larger. We will keep coming back to you for more on this story, and of course, NDTV continues to cover this very, very closely. This has been an NDTV Impact. Moving on now to breaking news, and this is in regard to actor Darshan, whose bail has been cancelled. There's a huge blow when it comes to the actor, a landmark judgment that has come about, and the family, they're reacting to this, saying that faith has been restored as far as the judiciary is concerned. The victim's family hails that order that's come about. Do remember the Supreme Court had in fact slammed that High Court order in regard to the bail of the actor, the bail not just to Darshan but also his co-star Pavitra, and this is the family, they're saying that there's faith as far as the judiciary is concerned and that no one is above the law is what the court had to say. Listen in to the family, how it's reacting. Rajinikanth Swami's family.
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ
ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ
ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
So, of course, a landmark judgment here by the Supreme Court saying that no one's above the law here, and which is why the actor, do remember, actor Darshan had also travelled on a film shoot. He'd gone to Dubai as well as Europe, and this happened in the month of July. Repeatedly, the man on medical grounds was getting out of jail. This was, a judgment that came about last year in December when he was out on bail. But before that, prior to that, he had complained of a backache. He'd gone on to say that he was getting a surgery. In fact, he'd also gone on to say that he couldn't show up for his hearing. Why? Because his back was hurting. But on the same very day, he was seen promoting his film and he was out and about. Let's listen in to how the family is reacting.
Darshan avara bail application Supreme Court nalli avaru raddayide avarna arrest ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆತಂಕ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದವರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ತನಿಖೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಅಪೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯವಾದಿಗಳ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಬೇಲ್ ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡೆಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಪರಾಧಿ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ
The father of Rajinikanth Swami, who there is talking about reinstating faith as far as the judiciary is concerned. Now, do remember the Supreme Court has cancelled the bail as far as Kannada actor Darshan is concerned, as well as his co-star Pavitra Gowda and 5 others. This is a case that is dating back to a fan of the actor Rajinikanth Swami, who had sent these messages to Pavitra. Why? Because of a relationship that the two actors were having while actor Darshan was married. Now, Now, because based on those messages that were received by Pavitra, actor Darshan along with others decided to in fact carry out with this crime. The order is set aside and the bail granted to the accused is set aside, is what the court has ordered today. Also warning against providing special treatment when it comes to the accused in jail. The day we come to know that the accused are being provided 5-star treatment, the first step would be to place the superintendent into suspension along with all other officials. That is what has been said by the Supreme Court in this regard. In fact, this was after the actor has been taking all kind of privileges over the last 2 years, and this is in regard to this particular case when he has gone abroad for shooting. He has in fact on medical grounds claimed that he needed surgery, so he had to be out of jail. Before that, prior to that, in fact, he had gone on to say that he can't even make it to his hearing. Why? Because he was having a back pain, but he was seen out and about promoting a film. Well, let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
Darshan avara bail application ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಂತ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆತಂಕ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದವರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ತನಿಖೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಅಪೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯವಾದಿಗಳ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಬೇಲ್ ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಪರಾಧಿ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ
ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ
ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
And of course, coming down heavily, not just on the actor, but also jail authorities, was the Supreme Court saying that if there's any proof of any kind of violation here or any kind of preferential treatment given to the actor or those who have been involved in this crime of killing Rajinikanth, a fan of the actor, will in fact also be facing suspension, and also there will be action that will be taken against those jail authorities. So this is a landmark judgment in which the Supreme Court has gone on to say that no one is above the law, and this is a decision that has been taken, and of course overriding that decision that was taken by the Karnataka High Court, slamming the Karnataka High Court for its handling of this case in the first place. So the Supreme Court had come down heavily 3 weeks ago when this had come up in the court in regard to the bail plea. Now that bail plea has been cancelled as far as the Kannada actors are concerned. We're talking about Pavitra Gowda and Darshan, the actor Darshan. Do remember that it was on the behest of actor Darshan that this crime was committed in killing Rajinikanth, who had sent derogatory messages to Pavitra, who was believed to be in a relationship with actor Darshan while he was married, and because of which Rajinikanth was sending out these messages to the co-star of actor Darshan. Well, now there is a landmark judgment that has been brought about, and this is the order that is set aside at the bail granted to the accused, all the accused, and it's not just the 2 actors but also 5 others involved in this case. The court has also warned against providing any kind of preferential, any kind of special treatment to the accused in jail. The day we come to know if there's any sort of proof that the accused people are being provided 5-star treatment, the first step would be to place the superintendent into suspension along with other officials as well. So right from the top all the way to the bottom, action will be taken against those who will be providing any sort of assistance to those involved in this crime. So of course the family is reacting, saying that this has really brought about faith in the judiciary. This has really come about after the Supreme Court in its first place had gone on to really slam the High Court in Karnataka, talking about basically literally giving all kind of preferential treatment when it came to the actor. Handling of this case was being questioned. There were grave concerns that were raised by the Supreme Court 3 weeks back towards the end of July, and here we are on the 14th of August when this landmark judgment has come about, when the actor and all those involved in this crime have now been asked, their bail has been cancelled, and they are now being asked to in fact go back into prison. Nupur joining us. Nupur, take us through what really has the Supreme Court said in very tough words when it came to this particular case.
court has not only set aside the bail granted to all the 7 accused, including actor Darshan and Pavitra Gowda in this Renuka Swamy murder case, but the Supreme Court has also made some very critical observations about the Karnataka High Court and in the manner it had used its discretion to grant bail to these accused, and in fact had also permitted actor Darshan to travel abroad for shoot of a movie. Now, on second front, the Supreme Court has also warned that if at all, first of all, it has directed immediately they should be taken into custody, and it has warned the jail authorities that if any picture of any kind of special 5-star treatment surfaces online or comes to the note of Supreme Court that they are being treated with a 5-star treatment in jails, the Supreme Court will take a very strong action, which could include suspension of the superintendent and more. The Supreme Court has also issued directions. What makes this judgment landmark is that the Supreme Court has used its extraordinary powers and has also issued directions to authorities across the country that no such persons who are accused in such cases or anyone should be treated specially. It has said that right to equality should equally, be it inside jails or outside.
Right, of course, this really is something that was said earlier as well, not just today. Nupur, the Supreme Court had said at the end of July that, the High Court had virtually dictated an order of acquittal in a perverse exercise of discretionary, as far as the discretion goes, of its power. Now, the judgment came on this petition that was filed by the state of Karnataka, presented by senior advocate Siddharth Luthra against the High Court's December 13th, 2024 verdict, granting bail to the actor and the co-accused as well, along with Pavitra Gowda, his co-star, also somebody he's believed to be in a relationship with, and several others who were accused of abducting and torturing the 33-year-old man Renuka Swamy, a fan who allegedly sent obscene messages to Pavitra Gowda. Why? Because she was in a relationship with actor Darshan while actor Darshan was married. Now, the police have alleged that the victim was held in a shed in Bengaluru for 3 days in June of 2024, tortured, while his body was later recovered from a jail. And more breaking news coming in at the moment, and this is in regard to a major setback when it comes to YSRCP Chief Jagan Mohan Reddy there. The TDP has won the prestigious local, these are by-polls. These are local body by-polls that were held. Now the TDP winning the stronghold of Jagan Mohan Reddy. Do remember, this is the hometown of Jagan Mohan Reddy. And the TDP candidates winning over 6,000 votes. So this is a huge win when it comes to that prestige battle as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. This has been a YSRCP bastion, but the TDP seems to have won this battle, this prestigious battle that was being fought as far as the local body by-polls are concerned. So a very a big win when it comes to the ruling government against the YSRCP, even though this has been a very big hold. This has been a stronghold of Jagan Mohan Reddy. Jagan Mohan Reddy, there, do remember, has been saying that asking for a re-election to begin with. He's been talking about rigging the elections in the very first place. Ashish joining us in order to get us details. Ashish, take us through 6,000 votes a win. That was a huge margin with which the TDP has won. Of course, Jagan Mohan Reddy there, crying foul.
We've been continuously reporting that how YSR Congress Party was continuously alleging that there are intimidation, malpractices and other voter were not allowed to participate in the polling. Amid all this allegation, YSR Congress Party in fact boycotted the counting process also, but now result is out. One of the two ZPTC, Pulivendula and Ontimita, now Pulivendula's result is out, and in Pulivendula it's a TDP who has won the election. TDP's Ma Reddy, Lata Reddy won Pulivendula ZPTC by-poll. That's a huge victory because from past 40 years, it was always an unanimous election, and it was YS Jagan Mohan Reddy backed, family-backed candidate who used to win the Pulivendula ZPTC election. But this time, in bypoll, this is the first time TDP has won this election, and that is amid all the allegation and all the YSRCP crying foul that TDP has manipulated the election. But despite that, when counting started this morning, it's clear now, result is out. In Pulivendula, at least, out of 2-1, TDP has won this election here in Kadapa. Remember, Kadapa is the home district of YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. Pulivendula is the native of Jagan Mohan Reddy. It's a native of YSR Congress Party chief. Despite the TDP and NDA wave in past assembly election, in Kadapa it was YSRCP which secured the victory in Lok Sabha. Now currently, cousin of YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, YS Avinash Reddy, he is the sitting MP of Kadapa, and in fact he was monitoring the whole ZPTC bypoll election campaign in Pulivendula. YSRCP had made it a prestige battle, while TDP wanted to win this bypoll, and their argument is that in past 40 years there was never any chance where election or voting were held. So unanimous election were held in Pulivendula, and this time TDP wanted to win the election. And what TDP is saying that they have ensured free and fair poll, and after polling the result is out. TDP has won the Pulivendula ZPTC bypoll.
Right. Well, Ashish, of course, major serious allegations are being raised by Jagan Mohan Reddy. They're talking about how there was a hotline between Rahul Gandhi and Chandrababu Naidu there. Major allegations, expressing his serious concerns as far as the police acting in favor of the TDP leaders and preventing voters from casting their votes in the bypolls, amongst others. Thank you so much for getting us details. Slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test. Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial, and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them, I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, I mean, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. I mean, you
don't need to see anything.
It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
जय जवान, जो मैंने शुरू किया था ये एक्चुअली, मैं दोबारा आया हूँ आप लोग से मिलने के लिए। मुझे बड़ी खुशी है, आप देख रहे हैं YouTube पे मेरी फिल्म। वाह, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। देखिए जय जवान मेरे साथ 15 अगस्त को सिर्फ NDTV पर। जय जवान, जय जवान, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and
Big Supreme Court setback for actor Darshan and others involved in the case who are out on bail. Their bail has been rejected, including his co-star Pavitra and 5 others. Supreme Court says no one is above the law. In a fresh actor turned politician Vijay, attacks the Chief Minister's talent, talking about the sanitation workers. He has hit out at the DMK government as far as the arrests that were made at night, calling them inhumane. While the BJP and the DMK have been slamming Vijay for meeting striking sanitation workers indoors instead of their protest site. Gallery Awards for Sindoor heroes. This is the big, Independence Day focus that's going to be taking place in regard to the success of Operation Sindoor. Samajwadi Party MLA Pooja Pal backs for Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, says the state looks at Yogi Adityanath with trust.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. It's Air Force Chief Amarpreet Singh visiting the home of Surendra Moga in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan. Surendra, who was martyred during Operation Sindoor. The chief met with the family and said that the Indian Air Force always supports the families of martyrs, and if there's anything that they could really do in that regard, giving them all kind of assurances and of all kind of assistance if ever the need arises. Do remember that this is a medical assistant in the Air Force. He, on the night of the 9th of May, came under attack as far as the base camp is concerned. And in that attack, he was in fact martyred. The chief of the air staff, in fact, also went and visited the Pune-based Artificial Limb Center, and that took place while meeting with an air warrior there who suffered injuries during Operation Sindoor as well.
फौजी का विलेज है बाहर देखो कितने लोग मिले हैं
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare,
Yeah.
this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know, that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you